Chapter 266. Mo Etienne's words shocked not only his master, Tiansong sect leader Huang Chuanxiu, but the rest of the Tiansong sect as well. Yuan Zheng was even more dumbfounded. Although he had advised Mo Etienne to hurry up, he had not expected Mo Etienne to be so direct and decisive. This was too frightening, wasn't it? Was this the confidence of the top of the Tiansong sect's younger generation? The Jihan sect leader Meng Yuping, who was chatting with Huang Chuanxiu, was also shocked by Mo Etienne. She knew Mo Etienne. He was her old friend Huang Chuanxiu's proudest disciple, and the top of the Tiansong sect's younger generation. One of her disciples was especially fond of Mo Etienne. She had repeatedly asked her to propose marriage to him, but she had rejected her on the grounds that women should be reserved. Luo Qinghan? If not for the fact that Luo Qinghan had obtained a place to participate in the alliance hunt, Meng Yuping would not have known of her existence. Although there was no shortage of male disciples in the Jihan sect who were discussing Luo Qinghan's beauty, none of the female disciples mentioned it. Therefore, Meng Yuping had never heard of Luo Qinghan before. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Meng Yuping was stunned, the group of Jihan sect disciples all turned to look at the girl in green who was standing at the back. Although the woman in green had no makeup on her face, she still had a beautiful appearance that could topple a city. Her beauty was unparalleled and eye-catching. At this moment, most of the female disciples of the Jihan sect looked at Luo Qinghan with jealousy in their eyes. The group of male disciples all looked indignant. Luo Qinghan was the flower of the Jihan sect. As the saying went, keep the goodies within the family. They were against Luo Qinghan marrying into another sect. Luo Qinghan, who had been deep in thought with her head lowered, did not hear Mo Etienne's words. But now that a group of people had turned to look at her, coupled with the whispers by her ear, she finally realized what had happened. Mo Etienne. She had heard of this person before. He was the top of the Tiansong sect's younger generation, and the dream lover of many female disciples of the Jihan sect. Because of this, he was not surprised that the group of female disciples of the Jihan sect were looking at him with jealousy. I hope Uncle Master Meng will grant my wish. At this moment, Mo Etienne looked at Meng Yuping and bowed. Senior brother Mo. Before Meng Yuping could speak, among the group of Dharma adepts from the Jihan sect, a beautiful young lady who was standing at the very front stepped out. She had a murderous air about her. You said that you fell in love with Luo Qinghan at first sight, so today should be the first time you've seen her. This is the first time you've met her, and you don't know her well either. Yet, you want her to marry you? Aren't you being too hasty? This young lady's name was Zhong Feng, and she was the personal disciple of Meng Yuping, the leader of the Jihan sect. She was also one of the mid-Dharma disciples who had come to participate in the alliance hunt. She had liked Mo Etienne for many years. For Mo Etienne's sake, she had even asked her master to go to the Tiansong sect to propose marriage, but her master had refused. Fate has arrived. It doesn't matter if it's grass or not. Mo Etienne shook his head and said, I believe in my feelings. Hearing this, Lu Feng could tell that Mo Etienne had made up his mind. Instantly, her face turned red, and when she instinctively turned to look at Luo Qinghan, her gaze was icy. At the same time, when Luo Qinghan happened to glance at Lu Feng shot her a warning look. Sect leader Meng. At this moment, Huang Chuanxiu, the leader of the Tiansong sect, also spoke up. This is the first time I've seen this disciple of mine make such a request. It looks like he's really interested in a disciple of your sect. If it's possible, sect leader Meng, why don't you ask your disciple for her opinion? Huang Chuanxiu doted on Mo Etienne very much. Because of this, he was very cooperative when Mo Etienne made such a request. Since Huang Chuanxiu had said so, Meng Yuping naturally could not refuse. She immediately called out to Luo Qinghan, Luo Qinghan, come here for a moment. Meng Yuping was the leader of the Jihan sect. Even if Luo Qinghan was not too willing to go out, she did not dare to disobey. Under Zhong Feng's murderous gaze, Luo Qinghan stepped out of the crowd and came to Meng Yuping's side. She bowed and greeted her. Sect leader. Seeing Luo Qinghan come out, Mo Tian's eyes lit up. His gaze was filled with undisguised possessiveness. Luo Qinghan, Mo Tian, a core disciple of the Tiansong sect, wants to marry you. What do you think? Meng Yuping looked at Luo Qinghan calmly. When she asked this question, her tone was calm, as if there was not a trace of emotion in it. Sect leader, I refuse. Luo Qinghan, who had wanted to say that she had long since resolved to never marry, felt a wave of disgust in her heart when she noticed Mo Tian's gaze and rejected him directly. As soon as Luo Qinghan said this, Zhong Feng immediately beamed with joy. Her gaze when she looked at Luo Qinghan also became gentler. This Luo Qinghan rejected him? Oh my God! Does she know what she rejected? If she could marry senior brother Mo Tian, even if it was just as a concubine, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes' worth of cultivation. She actually rejected him? Many of the female disciples of the Jihan sect whispered among themselves. They all felt that Luo Qinghan did not know what was good for her, and did not know how to grasp such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, the male disciples of the Jihan sect all heaved a sigh of relief. He refused. The group of Dharma disciples of the Tiansong sect were already shocked by Mo Tian's sudden proposal. Now that they saw the female disciple of the Jihan sect reject Mo Tian so bluntly, their hearts, which had just calmed down, trembled again. They could not understand why this disciple of the Jihan sect would reject Mo Tian's marriage proposal. With the talent that Mo Tian had displayed so far, as long as he didn't die prematurely in the future, it was almost certain that he would become a soul formation cultivator. Moreover, Mo Tian himself was quite handsome. Such a man was actually rejected by someone? Furthermore, his opponent was just an ordinary disciple of the Jihan sect. Little junior brother, you really can sit still. If I were you, I would have gone up and slapped him when he said those words. He Mingxi looked at Zhou Donghuang and shook her head. Now, Zhou Donghuang was looking calmly at Luo Qinghan. However, although his expression was calm, deep within his eyes, there was a strange light that was hard to detect. You're rejecting me, Mo Tian? At the same time, as if he had misheard, Mo Tian looked at Luo Qinghan in disbelief. Do you know what kind of person I, Mo Tian, am? I know that you are the first of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, and a future soul formation adept. Luo Qinghan glanced at Mo Tian with some disgust. But, so what? Perhaps other women would fight tooth and nail to marry you, but I, Luo Qinghan, do not care. Are you satisfied with this answer? Seeing Zhou Donghuang again, Luo Qinghan was already in a bad mood. Now that Mo Tian had messed with her, coupled with the fact that she did not like him, she immediately exploded. As soon as Luo Qinghan said this, the group of male disciples of the Jihan sect felt elated, and all of them were beaming with joy. However, most of the female disciples of the Jihan sect did not look too good. Especially Zhong Feng, whose expression, which had originally calmed down, became ugly again. What did she mean by other women fighting tooth and nail to marry him? Was this Luo Qinghan saying that they had no taste? This female disciple of the Jihan sect has quite a character. Just now, I thought that she was going to agree. After all, the other party is Mo Tian of the Tiansong sect. Among the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect, Lu Lang, the son of the Spring Valley head, Lu Fengao, said with some surprise. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Mo Tian, who had been stunned by Luo Qinghan's words, finally regained his senses and could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, he stopped laughing and stared at Luo Qinghan with shining eyes. Interesting, very interesting. Luo Qinghan, today, I will say this, today you rejected me, Mo Tian. In the future, you will still marry me, Mo Tian, as a concubine. Do you believe me? When Mo Etienne said this, his tone was full of confidence, as if there was no woman in the world that he could not handle. "I don't believe you." A lazy voice rang out, but it was someone answering Mo Etienne on behalf of Luo Qinghan. "Who?" Mo Etienne's expression changed, and he turned to glare angrily in the direction of the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect, because the voice had come from there. Almost at the same time that Mo Etienne shouted, a white figure slowly stepped out from the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect, looking calmly at Mo Etienne. "Zhou Donghuang?" Just now, when the group of Dharma adepts from the Lightning Sword sect had heard that voice, many people were wondering who was so daring as to provoke Mo Etienne. Was he not afraid of Mo Etienne's revenge after entering the Guiyao planet after the alliance hunt began? Now, seeing the person who had stepped out, many of the Lightning Sword sect disciples were stunned. This Zhou Donghuang, could it be that he has taken a liking to Luo Qinghan? Finally, he can't take it anymore. He Mingxi smiled brightly, as if she was watching a good show. "Zhou Donghuang?" As the group of people from the Tiansong sect, the Jihan sect, and the Yunhua sect looked at Zhou Donghuang, the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, also looked at Zhou Donghuang with a shocked expression, not knowing what Zhou Donghuang was up to. "Zhou Donghuang." Zhou Donghuang's tone was indifferent as he looked at Mo Etienne, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. "Why, from your tone, you don't sound too happy? You are Zhou Donghuang?" Mo Etienne's eyes narrowed, and his originally angry gaze was now tinged with fear. "He is Zhou Donghuang? I usually think that Mo Etienne is quite handsome, but compared to Zhou Donghuang, he seems to pale in comparison. As the saying goes, if you compare goods, you have to throw them away. It's more or less the same." The people of the Yunhua sect discussed animatedly, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. "Zhou Donghuang, I am asking Luo Qinghan, what are you going to say?" After all, he was in the right, and even though he was afraid of Zhou Donghuang, Mo Etienne was still full of confidence. In an instant, the gazes of everyone from the four main sects fell on Zhou Donghuang, as if they wanted to know how he would respond to Mo Etienne. Even Luo Qinghan subconsciously looked at Zhou Donghuang at this moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang said casually, "She is my woman. I am answering you on her behalf. Is there a problem?" End of this chapter. Chapter 267. She's my woman. Is there a problem with me replying to you on her behalf? As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, the entire place fell silent. He would not rest until his words shocked everyone to death. Luo Qinghan looked at Zhou Donghuang with a complicated look in her eyes, but she quickly looked away and regained her composure. Of course, even though she looked calm on the surface, her heart was in turmoil. She had not expected that Zhou Donghuang would still stand up for her after she had been so ruthless towards him. At this moment, even the Dharma adepts of the Yunhua sect were shocked by Zhou Donghuang. They had not expected Zhou Donghuang to respond to Mo Etienne in such a manner. Zhou Donghuang said that Luo Qinghan of the Jihan sect is his woman? From the Lightning Sword sect leader to the four valley heads of the inner sect, and even the Dharma adepts, everyone looked at Zhou Donghuang in astonishment. Just now, when Zhou Donghuang had stepped forward, they had been surprised and puzzled. Why had Zhou Donghuang stepped forward? Now, hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, they were puzzled and shocked. This Luo Qinghan of the Jihan sect was Zhou Donghuang's woman? Equally shocked were the people of the Jihan sect and the Tiansong sect. "You said she's your woman?" Mo Etienne had never imagined that Zhou Donghuang would say this and say that Luo Qinghan was his woman. In the next moment, without waiting for Zhou Donghuang's response, he looked at Luo Qinghan and his eyes flashed. "Luo Qinghan, Zhou Donghuang said you're his woman?" At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Luo Qinghan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Qinghan glanced at Mo Etienne and said calmly, "I, Luo Qinghan, will either remain unmarried for the rest of my life, or I will definitely marry Zhou Donghuang." Of everyone present, besides Luo Qinghan herself. Only Zhou Donghuang understood what she meant. To the others, Luo Qinghan's words were no different from saying that she would marry no one but Zhou Donghuang. Instantly, Mo Tian's expression became extremely ugly. He subconsciously turned to look at Yuan Jing, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Sensing the coldness in Mo Tian's eyes, Yuan Jing smiled bitterly. He knew that this senior brother Mo definitely hated him. After all, he was the one who had told him about Luo Qinghan's background, and he had not told him that Luo Qinghan had already promised to marry someone else. However, he only found out about this now. I had originally thought that Luo Qinghan was very virtuous and virtuous. I never thought that she would climb up the social ladder so quickly. It seems that she rejected me in the past only because my martial talent was not outstanding enough for her to sacrifice herself for me. When Yuan Jing looked at Luo Qinghan again, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He was mocking Luo Qinghan for pretending to be aloof in the past. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn cold, the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, looked at Zhou Donghuang and laughed heartily. Zhou Donghuang, I thought that you were so busy with your training that you didn't have time to think about your own life. I didn't expect you to pluck such a beautiful flower from the Jihan sect. Amazing, amazing! Yu Yuqing exclaimed. Yu Yuqing had spoken up to give the Tiansong sect disciple, Mo Tian, a way out of this embarrassing situation. Mo Tian was also sensible. When Yu Yuqing spoke, he retreated behind the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanxiu, as if nothing had happened. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he did not look too good. Huang Chuanxiu was also a little embarrassed. After all, no matter who saw what had happened today, it seemed that his disciple, Mo Tian, was thinking too highly of himself. Just as he was about to change the topic and continue chatting with the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping, the group of Dharma adepts of the Yunhua sect began to discuss without restraint. My God, this Mo Tian retreated just like that? I thought that he would challenge Zhou Donghuang. That's right. Although Luo Qinghan and Zhou Donghuang have pledged to marry each other, they are not married yet. He doesn't even have the courage to fight with Zhou Donghuang? Is this the genius disciple of the Tiansong sect? The number one of the younger generation in the Tiansong sect? Didn't you hear what Luo Qinghan said? Either she marries Zhou Donghuang or she doesn't marry for the rest of her life. She's obviously not giving a second man besides Zhou Donghuang a chance. Even so, he can still issue a challenge to Zhou Donghuang. As long as he defeats Zhou Donghuang, he will regain all his pride. As long as he defeats Zhou Donghuang, he can say to Luo Qinghan after the event, "Is this the man that you, Luo Qinghan, fancy? You're talking about defeating Zhou Donghuang. What if he loses? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing?" That's true. It looks like he still has no confidence in himself. The group of Dharma adepts of the Yunhua sect had long been eager to watch the two of them fight when their sect leader had suggested to the Tiansong sect leader that Mo Tian and Zhou Donghuang fight. More than that, they wanted to see the power of Zhou Donghuang, the most famous martial arts genius of the younger generation in the Hongliu galaxy. When the Tiansong sect leader had not listened to their sect leader's suggestion, they had already felt that it was a pity. Now, with the situation between Mo Tian and Zhou Donghuang, they all seemed to see hope for the two of them to fight, and they began to discuss among themselves. Not only did they not deliberately lower their voices, but they also intentionally discussed it loudly, as if afraid that Mo Tian would not hear them. The discussions of the group of Dharma adepts of the Yunhua sect were clearly heard by everyone in the Lightning Sword sect, the Jihan sect, and the Tiansong sect. In an instant, Mo Tian, who had just retreated, once again became the center of attention. Now, not only were there many disciples of the Lightning Sword sect and the Jihan sect whispering to each other, even among the Tiansong sect disciples, there were many who looked at Mo Tian with anticipation. Now, Mo Etienne felt as if he had been forced to do something beyond his abilities. Finally, for the sake of his pride and self-confidence, he finally looked at Huang Chuanqiu and said, "Master, I've long heard that the Lightning Sword sect has recently produced an extremely talented young disciple named Zhou Dongwang. He is only at the mid-Dharma stage, but he has already mastered the Dharma-body integration technique. Now, he has even entered the late Dharma stage. I want to fight with him," Mo Etienne said. Hearing this, Huang Chuanqiu sighed inwardly. He knew his disciple's temper very well. When he heard the group of Yunhue sect disciples talking openly, he knew that his disciple would not be able to hold back. Since Mo Etienne had already spoken, Huang Chuanqiu could only look at the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing. "Sect leader Yu, my disciple Mo Etienne, would like to fight with a genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. I wonder if this is convenient?" "You'll have to ask Zhou Dongwang himself," Yu Yuqing said. At the same time, Yu Yuqing turned to look at Zhou Dongwang. Now, Zhou Dongwang had returned to He Mingxi and Zhuang's side. At this time, Luo Qinghan, who had just returned to the back of the group of Dharma adepts of the Jihan sect, was approached by a few Jihan sect disciples. "Luo Qinghan, do you think that Zhou Dongwang will accept Mo Etienne's challenge?" "Luo Qinghan, it can be said that with your cooperation, Zhou Dongwang has trampled on Mo Etienne's face and won back his pride. If he accepts Mo Etienne's challenge and loses, all his pride will be gone. Furthermore, even if he does not accept, he will still be embarrassed." Luo Qinghan. The few Jihan sect disciples who were usually not close to Luo Qinghan, after knowing the relationship between Luo Qinghan and Zhou Dongwang, became much friendlier towards Luo Qinghan. In the past, Luo Qinghan was just a disciple of the Jihan sect. Although she was talented, there were many talented disciples in the Jihan sect, and any disciple would not be any worse than Luo Qinghan. But now, Luo Qinghan had the additional identity of Zhou Dongwang's fiancé. Who was Zhou Dongwang? He was a genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. At the age of 24, he had already reached the mid-Dharma stage, and he had even mastered the technique of Dharma-body integration. Such an achievement was extremely rare in the history of the Hongliu galaxy, and it was precisely because of this that Zhou Dongwang's name had spread throughout the entire Hongliu galaxy. Now, according to the group of Yunhue sect disciples who wanted to stir up trouble, the 26-year-old Zhou Dongwang had actually reached the late Dharma stage? Faced with their questions, Luo Qinghan shook her head indifferently, indicating that she did not know. Seeing that they could not get an answer from Luo Qinghan, they immediately followed the gazes of the others and looked at Zhou Dongwang, who was among the group of Dharma disciples of the Lightning Sword sect. Now, Zhou Dongwang was the focus of all the people of the four major sections. "Zhou Dongwang, Mo Etienne of the Tiansong sect wants to spar with you. Do you accept?" Yu Yuqing, the leader of the Lightning Sword sect, specially asked. Almost at the same time as Yu Yuqing's words, although Zhou Dongwang did not reply, his figure once again rose into the air, undoubtedly answering Yu Yuqing. At the same time that Zhou Dongwang rose into the air, Mo Etienne also rose into the air. As he flew, he looked at Zhou Dongwang and said in a clear voice, "Zhou Dongwang, I have long heard that you are extraordinary. Even in the Tiansong sect, there are many people who say that you are worthy of being on par with me. Today, I want to see if you are as extraordinary as the rumors say." "On par with me?" Zhou Dongwang finally spoke. At the same time, his unfocused gaze focused on Mo Etienne, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you think you are worthy? You!" Faced with Zhou Dongwang's undisguised disdain, Mo Etienne's expression changed completely, and his gaze became extremely unfriendly. "Zhou Dongwang, you are really arrogant, saying that Mo Etienne is not worthy of being on par with you. Today, I want to see how much you, a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect who says that I am not worthy of being on par with you, have." As Zhou Donghuang's voice fell, the people of the four sects were shocked, and it was not difficult to guess that Mo Etienne would be angered. Now, Mo Etienne was indeed angry. This is going to be a good show. The eyes of the group of Yunhua sect disciples, who were eager to see the world in chaos, all lit up. End of this chapter. Chapter 268. Mo Etienne was completely enraged by Zhou Donghuang. In the starry sky, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mo Etienne stood there angrily. His face was flushed red, and his long hair flowed behind him. Waves of inner yuan swept out of his body and finally formed a Dharma power that was 10 feet tall. Mo Etienne's Dharma power was a human-shaped Dharma power. Because it was only a Dharma power formed from inner yuan, its face could not be seen clearly. However, one could see that there was a sword in this human-shaped Dharma power's hand. It stood there like a sword god, standing proudly and looking disdainfully at all directions. It's Mo Etienne's sword god Dharma power. I've long heard that the Tiansong sect's Dharma power can be formed at will. Today I've learned something new. The sword god Dharma power that Mo Etienne formed according to his own ideas is really impressive. As Mo Etienne's Dharma power appeared, everyone from the other three major sects looked at it with some surprise, except for the people of the Tiansong sect, who were used to it. In the boundless universe, not all training methods required a fixed Dharma power. There were also many cultivation techniques that allowed one to condense their Dharma power at will. They could condense whatever Dharma power they wanted. Of course, the latter Dharma power was also very particular. Overly showy and flashy Dharma power was more difficult to train, and it would put one at a disadvantage in the Dharma stage. For example, the sword god Dharma power that Mo Etienne had formed was already considered a showy and flashy Dharma power. However, his talent and power of understanding were not bad, and he could still control it. At the late Dharma stage, he had already mastered the technique of Dharma power possession. As the Dharma power appeared, Mo Etienne's gaze fell on Zhou Donghuang. He said in a low voice, "Zhou Donghuang, I've long heard that your Dharma power is a giant tiger Dharma power. Today, I will use the sword in the hand of my sword god Dharma power to slay your giant tiger Dharma power." Mo Etienne's tone was low and cold. It was obvious that he was very angry at Zhou Donghuang's words. The Dharma power is fancy, but it's too flashy. Faced with Mo Etienne's unkind words, Zhou Donghuang merely glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "It seems like you are not convinced by what I said just now. Since that's the case, I'll let you have 3 moves first. I'll make my move after 3 moves." As he spoke, the inner yuan in Zhou Donghuang's body surged out, forming a giant tiger Dharma power that was 10 feet long. This giant tiger was different from ordinary tigers. Its body was more muscular, and the contours of its body were close to perfect. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention and stole the limelight from Mo Etienne's sword god Dharma power. This is the giant tiger Dharma power? Oh my god! In front of this giant tiger Dharma power, all the giant tiger Dharma powers that I have seen in the past, even the ultimate Dharma tiger Dharma powers, can only be considered as cats. It turns out that a tiger can also be perfect to this extent. The proportions of this giant tiger Dharma power are too perfect. If someone had told me before that a giant tiger Dharma power could be so eye-catching, as if it had some kind of magical power, I would never have believed it. The Dharma power that Zhou Donghuang had formed was not an ordinary giant tiger Dharma power, but the white tiger Dharma power of the 4 divine beasts. Naturally, it was not something that an ordinary giant tiger Dharma power could compare to. Even if no one present could recognize that this was the white tiger Dharma power, just by looking at it with their naked eyes, they could tell the difference between the white tiger Dharma power and the ordinary giant tiger Dharma power. They were not on the same level at all, and the difference was so great that it could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the most shocking thing now was what Zhou Dongwang had said to Mo Tian. Zhou Dongwang actually said that he would let Mo Tian have 3 moves first? Was he crazy? Mo Tian was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Tiansong sect. He had entered the late Dharma stage before the age of 30 and had mastered the dermic possession technique. Now, even the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanxiu's expression did not look too good. If it were not for the fact that he was the Tiansong sect leader, he would have already cursed Zhou Dongwang for being arrogant. Arrogant. However, although Huang Chuanxiu, the Tiansong sect leader, could not hold back, the group of Dharma disciples of the Tiansong sect could not. They all glared at Zhou Dongwang, feeling that this genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect was too arrogant. They were the #1 person among the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, someone whom no one could compare to, and yet he was being looked down upon by this disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. At this moment they also felt a sense of humiliation. Senior brother Mo, since he wants to let you have 3 moves first, grant him his wish. Senior brother Mo, defeat him in 3 moves. I want to see if he can really let you have 3 moves first. The group of Dharma disciples of the Tiansong sect said to Mo Tian with righteous indignation. At the same time, the people of the other 3 major sects, from the sect leaders to the early Dharma disciples, all looked at Zhou Dongwang in a daze after regaining their senses. They did not expect Zhou Dongwang to dare say such words. Although the people of the Lightning Sword sect had seen Zhou Dongwang defeat the genius disciple of the Thunder Knife sect, Han Yuzheng, with 1 move, they did not believe that Zhou Dongwang had the ability to defeat Mo Tian in 3 moves. Within 3 moves, Zhou Dongwang might be defeated. Isn't Zhou Dongwang too careless? This Mo Tian is not someone that Han Yuzheng of the Thunder Knife sect can compare to. Most of the people of the Lightning Sword sect, including the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, frowned slightly. They only felt that Zhou Dongwang was so careless that he would definitely be defeated. Of course, there were still some people of the Lightning Sword sect who were full of confidence in Zhou Dongwang. For example, the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, the Autumn Valley disciples He Mengshi and De Zhuang, as well as the son of the Spring Valley head, Lu Lang. Even Lu Lang did not know why, but when Zhou Dongwang casually said that he would let Mo Tian have 3 moves first, he actually felt that Zhou Dongwang's ability could crush Mo Tian. Even if he let Mo Tian have 3 moves first, he would still be able to defeat him. I actually have such blind trust in him. It seems like his previous performance has been deeply ingrained in my heart. Compared to the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect other than He Mingxi and De Zhuang, Lu Lang was one of the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect who had interacted with Zhou Dongwang more. From Zhou Dongwang's fake methods to fooling the people of the Summer Valley, to Zhou Dongwang defeating Lian Can and Han Yuzheng, he had a deep understanding of Zhou Dongwang's fearsomeness. Therefore, now, even though Zhou Dongwang was so arrogant in front of Mo Tian, he felt that Zhou Dongwang had the right to be so. Over at the Jihan sect, sect leader Meng Yuping's personal disciple, Zhong Feng, deliberately approached Luo Qinghan and said mockingly, "Luo Qinghan, aren't you a little too arrogant? Senior brother Mo Tian's ability is not that simple. I'm afraid he will regret his wrong decision." Faced with Zhong Feng's mockery, Luo Qinghan ignored her. Her gaze fell on Zhou Dongwang, her expression calm and unruffled. She knew, a year ago, Zhou Dongwang's ability was already stronger than her father's. At that time, her father was already a late Dharma adept and had trained in the deity-level technique. He had mastered the Dharma body integration technique, and his ability would not be weaker than Mo Tian's now. At that time, Zhou Dongwang was only at the mid-Dharma stage. Now that Zhou Dongwang had entered the late Dharma stage, his ability would definitely be stronger. I've only just entered the early Dharma stage, and I barely managed to get a place in the alliance hunt. And he's already at the late Dharma stage. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Luo Qinghan sighed in her heart, and a desolate look flashed across her eyes. Zhou Donghuang. At this moment, Mo Tian, who had been trembling in anger at Zhou Donghuang's words, finally suppressed the anger in his heart and stared coldly at Zhou Donghuang, shouting, "You will pay a painful price for this arrogant and wrong decision of yours. Since you want to lose to me in 3 moves, then I, Mo Tian, will fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Tian's body flashed and became illusory. Then, his sword divinity Dharma idol became more solid. He had obviously used the Dharma idol body possession technique from the very beginning, allowing his Dharma idol to become one with his body. Looks like Mo Tian is really angry now. He has directly used the Transcendence possession technique. "I'm afraid Zhou Donghuang is going to regret it now." He said he would give Mo Tian 3 moves. In other words, before Mo Tian uses the 3rd move, he can't attack Mo Tian. He can only defend or dodge. Why do I feel that he will go back on his word? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sword god Dharma power stepped out into the starry sky. With just one step, it seemed as if it had crossed an extremely long distance and was much closer to Zhou Donghuang. Whoosh! The sword in the sword god Dharma power's hand began to move. It swept across the starry sky, and as the sword struck out, inner yuan bloomed. It was dazzling and eye-catching, as if it could cut through the galaxy. It headed straight for Zhou Donghuang's giant tiger Dharma power. Zhou Donghuang will definitely use the Transcendence possession technique to forcefully block or dodge this sword. Just as many people were thinking this, facing the sword of Mo Tian's sword god Dharma power, Zhou Donghuang did not use the Transcendence possession technique. His entire body stood in the starry sky, unmoving, his expression calm. And facing the sword of Mo Tian's sword god Dharma power, the white tiger Dharma power merely crouched down and barely dodged the sword. It was more like a coincidence that it had crouched down at the exact moment. At least, this was what the Dharma disciples of the 4 major sects thought. When Mo Tian's sword god Dharma power had attacked, Zhou Donghuang had preemptively controlled his Dharma power to crouch down. This was how he had managed to narrowly dodge the sword of Mo Tian's Dharma power. If it were the next time, Mo Tian would be prepared, and Zhou Donghuang's luck would definitely not be so good. Even Mo Tian himself thought so. "Zhou Donghuang, you won't be so lucky next time." However, the faces of the senior leaders of the 4 major sects, including the 4 sect leaders, became solemn. Their disciples felt that Zhou Donghuang was just lucky, but as the saying goes, amateurs watch the show, while experts see the artistry. They could clearly see that Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power had only crouched down after Mo Tian had attacked. End of this chapter. Chapter 269. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It was as if Mo Tian had completely merged with his sword god Dharma power. When he attacked again, the sword god Dharma power threw the sword in its hand, and then it transformed into 9 rays of light in the sky, shooting in all directions towards Zhou Donghuang's white tiger Dharma power. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples of the 4 major sects also felt that Zhou Donghuang could not rely on luck this time. He could only use the Dharmic possession technique to forcefully take on Mo Tian's attack. This was only Mo Tian's 2nd attack. According to what Zhou Donghuang had said earlier, Mo Tian could not retaliate for the time being. However, Zhou Donghuang still had no intention of using the Dharmic possession technique. He stood in his original position, not moving. As for the white tiger Dharma power, it seemed to transform into a white shadow, circling Zhou Donghuang's body rapidly. It was like a bolt of white lightning circling around Zhou Donghuang's body, blocking all of Mo Tian's sword attacks from all directions. This scene caused the disciples of the 4 major sects to stare in shock. What kind of Dharma power was this? How could it be so powerful without using the Dharmic possession technique? A mere late Dharma adept was actually able to train his Dharma power to such a perfect state? You still have one more move. When Zhou Donghuang's languid and indifferent voice rang out again, the anger in Mo Etienne's eyes and the mocking expression on his face all disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression as if he was walking on thin ice. Now, no matter how slow he was, he could still see it. Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power was so powerful that even if he used the Dermic possession technique to surround Zhou Donghuang and attack, he still could not touch Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power. This Zhou Donghuang's giant tiger Dharma power is obviously good at speed. My attacks are divided, and the speed has become slower, so I can't touch him. Since he insists on not using the Dermic possession technique and is so arrogant, I will attack his Dharma power at close range, and defeat him before he can use the Dermic possession technique. I will not give him any chance to turn the tables. With that thought, Mo Etienne, who seemed to have merged with the Sword God's Dharma form, controlled the Sword God's Dharma form and quickly stepped out in the starry sky like an unparalleled Sword God, stepping on the galaxy and leaving behind a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the Sword God Dharma power closed in on the White Tiger Dharma power. It raised its hand and stabbed out with its sword. A vortex appeared at the tip of the sword, and it went straight for the White Tiger Dharma power. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Sword God's Dharma power thrust out its sword, heading straight for the White Tiger's Dharma power. Moreover, even if the White Tiger Dharma power wanted to dodge at this moment, it was already too late. This was because the Sword God Dharma power's attack was too close. Just as most people thought that Zhou Donghuang would not be able to use his Dharma power possession technique in time, and that the White Tiger Dharma power would not be able to block this sword, the White Tiger Dharma power suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Crash! Accompanied by a rapid whistling sound, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the surface of the White Tiger Dharma power suddenly lit up with white flames. Then, these white flames twisted and turned into a strange vortex, filled with a destructive aura, as if it could devour everything in the world. The sword of the Sword God's Dharma power stabbed into one of the vortexes, and the condensed power actually strangely collapsed and was swallowed up by the vortexes. Hundreds and thousands of vortexes swallowed the sword in the Sword God's Dharma power in the blink of an eye. Then, the Sword God's Dharma power's hand also became dim, and it was obvious that it was still being swallowed up by the vortexes. Whoosh! In a flash, Mo Etienne controlled the Sword God's Dharma power to retreat, and only then did the Sword God's Dharma power escape from danger. At this time, Mo Etienne had already broken out in a cold sweat, and he stared at Zhou Donghuang in shock. What kind of Dharma power is this? Now, Mo Etienne no longer dared to treat Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power as an ordinary giant tiger Dharma power. This Dharma power, which looked so much like the giant tiger Dharma power, was too strange. Not only was its speed ridiculously fast, but it also had a defensive method of swallowing power. It was practically impossible to defend against. At this moment, even the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at Zhou Donghuang again, their gazes were also filled with shock. This Zhou Donghuang of the Lightning Sword sect is actually such a monster? Mo Etienne, the number one of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, was actually unable to defeat Zhou Donghuang even after he gave him 3 moves? And he did not even put him at a disadvantage? This Zhou Donghuang is too unbelievable, isn't he? He's just a late Dharma adept, and he's actually able to force Senior Brother Mo to such a state? I used to think that Senior Brother Mo was the man of my dreams, but now, in front of Senior Brother Zhou of the Lightning Sword sect, Senior Brother Mo seems to have lost all his luster. I've decided that from now on, the man of my dreams will change from Senior Brother Mo to Senior Brother Zhou. Even if he already has junior sister Luo Qinghan, in this boundless universe, it's normal for the strong to have multiple wives and concubines. Junior brother Donghuang is indeed the unparalleled talent of our lightning sword sect. He's too much of a monster. At this moment, even the sect leaders of the Tiansong sect, the Jihan sect, and the Yunwei sect were looking at Yu Yuqing, the lightning sword sect leader, with jealousy in their eyes. Did their sects not have a disciple like Zhou Donghuang? The lightning sword sect had picked up a great bargain. 3 moves have passed. Just as the crowd was still in shock, Zhou Donghuang's indifferent voice rang out once again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It also caused those who were originally discussing and whispering to shut their mouth. The vast expanse of the starry sky appeared to be calm. Now, it's my turn to make a move. As Zhou Donghuang's voice fell, his figure flickered, and he finally used the dermic possession technique. His entire body seemed to merge with the White Tiger Dharma power, and he controlled the White Tiger Dharma power to leap across the vast expanse of the starry sky. It was as if he could jump from one planet to another with a single leap. Seeing Zhou Donghuang use the dermic possession technique, Mo Etienne's eyes narrowed, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. Just now, Zhou Donghuang had not used the dermic possession technique, and he was already so powerful. Now, Zhou Donghuang had used the dermic possession technique, and this was the first time he had taken the initiative to attack him. Although he had not even gotten close, Mo Etienne could not help but feel a sense of defeat in his heart. Even if Mo Etienne wanted to forcefully suppress this sense of defeat, there was nothing he could do. This sense of defeat was like an unforgettable one. Roar! As the White Tiger Dharma power leaped out, it opened its mouth and let out a tiger roar. The tiger's roar was deafening, and it was unusually deep. Compared to the usual roar of the White Tiger Dharma power, it was even more domineering and full of power. At this moment, when the onlookers looked at the White Tiger Dharma power again, they could not help but feel a sense of devotion in their hearts. They felt that this Dharma power had given them an inexplicable sense of awe and shock. Bang! A loud sound reverberated through the starry sky. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 sects, even though Mo Etienne was controlling the sword god Dharma power to resist, it was still unable to block the White Tiger Dharma power's claw. With just one swipe of the claw, the sword god Dharma power collapsed in an instant. At the same time that Mo Etienne's figure appeared, he was also sent flying by a huge force. His face was flushed red, and he was in a sorry state. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Now, do you still think that you are worthy of being on par with me, Zhou Donghuang? After completely destroying Mo Etienne's sword god Dharma power, Zhou Donghuang's figure appeared again. At the same time, the White Tiger Dharma power transformed back into inner yuan and returned to Zhou Donghuang's body, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Zhou Donghuang stood there, his snow-white robe untainted by a speck of dust. His gaze landed lazily and calmly on Mo Etienne, who had barely managed to stop himself. He was in a sorry state from head to toe. One move. After giving Mo Etienne 3 moves, Zhou Donghuang had only used one move to defeat Mo Etienne. At this moment, the onlookers of the 4 sects felt as if they were in a dream. This was too unrealistic. Mo Etienne was, after all, the number 1 of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect. Even in the entire Hongliu galaxy, he was still a well-known figure among the younger generation. But now, he had been defeated by Zhou Donghuang in one move. Furthermore, this was after Zhou Donghuang had given him 3 moves. His power has indeed increased. Luo Qinghan stood behind a group of Jihan sect disciples. After glancing at Zhou Donghuang, she looked away guiltily. However, deep in her heart, she could not calm down for a long time. Indeed, the gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Can I still catch up to him? Luo Qinghan's heart was filled with bitterness. At this moment, a few of the female disciples of the Jihan sect beside Luo Qinghan looked at her in shock. Their eyes were filled with envy. Junior sister Luo, Isn't this lover of yours too nature-defying? That's Mo Etienne, the number one of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect. He's one of the best of the younger generation of the Hunglio galaxy, but he was still defeated by your lover in one move. Other than the group of Tiansong sect disciples who remained silent, the disciples of the other three sects could not help but whisper among themselves. Mo Etienne is already 29 years old this year, and Zhou Donghuang is only 26. After today's battle, Zhou Donghuang will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most outstanding leaders of the younger generation of the two transcendental forces. Among the younger generation of the various sects of the Alliance, no one can compare to Zhou Donghuang. It looks like in this alliance hunt, as long as there are no accidents, it will not be difficult for Zhou Donghuang to clinch first place. The current Zhou Donghuang had amazed the senior management and disciples of the four major sects of the Alliance with his power. Even though the group of people from the Tiansong sect had remained silent, Zhou Donghuang had defeated the number one of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, Mo Etienne, in a fair and square manner today. Sect leader Yu, what kind of luck does the Lightning Sword sect have? To think that you actually took in such a demon. The Yunhua sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, looked at Yu Yuqing. As he sighed, his eyes could not help but reveal waves of envy and jealousy. Although the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanxiu, and the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping, did not say anything, their gazes towards Yu Yuqing were also filled with undetectable envy and jealousy. End of this chapter. Chapter 270. The battle between Zhou Donghuang and Mo Etienne was only shown to the people of the four sections. Although there were many people from the other sects of the Alliance outside the Guiyao planet, due to the distance they did not know what was happening here. Otherwise, they would have been shocked by the power that Zhou Donghuang had displayed. Zhou Donghuang had given Mo Etienne 3 moves, but not only did Mo Etienne not gain the upper hand after those 3 moves, he had even been defeated by Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang, the genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, is too strong. Among the sects of the Alliance, there might not be anyone who is stronger than him among the late Dharma adepts. Even among the ultimate Dharma adepts, there might not be many who are a match for him. Whether it was the people of the Jihan sect, the Tiansong sect, or the Yunhua sect, they all thought this way. The power that Zhou Donghuang had displayed had already reached a frightening level. In fact, they all felt that, based on Zhou Donghuang's ability to easily defeat Mo Etienne today, he could definitely be called the number one person in the Alliance below the ultimate Dharma stage. This was because, among the sects of the Alliance, it was almost impossible to find another late Dharma adept who could defeat Mo Etienne so easily. Mo Etienne was already an elite among the late Dharma adepts of the various sects of the Alliance. Barring any accidents, he would definitely be able to squeeze into the top 10 of the Alliance Hunt's leaderboard. As long as Zhou Donghuang's luck is not bad, he will basically be able to secure first place in this Alliance Hunt. Now, it was not only the people of the Lightning Sword sect who thought this way. Even the people of the Jihan sect, the Tiansong sect, and the Yunhua sect felt the same way. The Alliance Hunt was held on the Guiyao planet, and its main purpose was to hunt beasts on the planet. Early, mid, and late Dharma adepts who had the ability to kill beasts of a higher level had an absolute advantage in this Alliance Hunt. Of course, the late Dharma adepts had the most advantage. This was because, on the Guiyao planet, there were many beasts of all levels of practice. Even ultimate Dharma beasts could be seen everywhere. Under such circumstances, even early and mid-Dharma adepts who could kill beasts of a higher level could only run when faced with ultimate Dharma beasts. In fact, if the strongest early Dharma adepts of the various sects of the Alliance were to encounter an ultimate Dharma beast, once they were targeted, it was almost certain that they would die. Under such circumstances, late Dharma adepts who could defeat beasts of a higher level would naturally have the upper hand. This was because they could deal with the strongest ultimate Dharma beasts on the Guiyao planet. Although ultimate Dharma adepts were not afraid of ultimate Dharma beasts, they could only kill ultimate Dharma beasts to accumulate points. In this aspect, their advantage was far less than that of late Dharma adept. Because of this, in the eyes of the four sects, as long as Zhou Donghuang entered the Guiyao planet and did not run into any accidents, such as if he was unlucky and did not encounter many beasts, it would be useless even if he had a body full of power. Although the Guiyao planet was not very big, it was not small either. Even adepts who had entered the primordial soul stage would not be able to cover half of the Guiyao planet in a short span of 3 months. Not to mention the entire Guiyao planet. Because of this, in the history of the Honglio galaxy, during the Alliance hunt, there had been cases of powerful Alliance disciples who ended up performing mediocre in the Alliance hunt. Furthermore, such situations had occurred many times. Because of this, in the Alliance hunt, powerful late Dharma adepts could only be said to have the upper hand, but they would not necessarily be able to achieve a good ranking in the end. After the battle between Zhou Donghuang and Mo Tian, the attention of the people of the four sects was focused on Zhou Donghuang for a while before they dispersed again. After all, they could not keep their eyes on Zhou Donghuang forever. This time, they were here to participate in the Alliance hunt, and the Alliance hunt did not prohibit disciples from cooperating with each other. Now, if they could find 1 or 2 good companions, it would actually be a good choice. Junior sister Luo. Zhong Feng, the disciple of the Jihan sect leader Meng Yuping, who had been very rude to Luo Qinghan earlier, once again appeared beside Luo Qinghan with a bright smile on her face. She was a completely different person from before. After you and I enter the Guiyao planet and officially participate in the Alliance hunt, how about we team up? We just have to split the beasts we kill evenly. As soon as Zhong Feng spoke, many disciples of the Jihan sect who had wanted to team up with Luo Qinghan immediately stopped in their track. They could not afford to offend Zhong Feng. Furthermore, if Luo Qinghan decided to team up with Zhong Feng would definitely not allow anyone else to join her team. Even the genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang, would not be willing to bring along too many burdens. In their eyes, it was not just Luo Qinghan, but any other disciple of the Jihan sect who worked with Zhou Donghuang would be a burden. Senior sister Zhong. Luo Qinghan naturally knew why Zhong Feng wanted to team up with her. She looked at Zhong Feng deeply and smiled lightly. Are you sure you want to team up with me? You won't regret it? HM? Hearing Luo Qinghan ask this question with a meaningful look in her eyes, Zhong Feng's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling about this. Luo Qinghan, since Zhou Donghuang is your man, could it be that he is not willing to team up with you for this alliance hunt and help you accumulate points? That's right. Luo Qinghan nodded. I will not team up with him. As soon as Luo Qinghan said this, the group of Jihan sect disciples who were initially unhappy that Zhong Feng had beaten them to the alliance hunt immediately felt relieved. Hearing this, Zhong Feng's expression changed, and she said to Luo Qinghan in a low voice, "Pretend that I never looked for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhong Feng turned and left. Why had she come to team up with Luo Qinghan? Wasn't it because she liked Zhou Donghuang's abilities? Now that Luo Qinghan had said that she would not team up with Zhou Donghuang in the alliance hunt, she naturally could not team up with Luo Qinghan. If she did that, Luo Qinghan would become a burden to her. Luo Qinghan was not surprised by Zhong Feng's reaction, and she only laughed at herself. After Zhou Donghuang had defeated Mo Tian, she had realized that not only the group of Jihan sect disciples who had treated her coldly in the past, but even the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping, now looked at her differently. I never thought that one day I, Luo Qinghan, would receive such treatment because of a man. Luo Qinghan's heart was filled with bitterness. Ever since she had entered the Jihan sect, she had always wanted to rely on her own hard work to make a name for herself. However, she had never thought that she would be labeled as Zhou Donghuang right from the start. Because of Zhou Donghuang, The attitude of the people of the Jihan sect towards her had changed drastically. After this alliance hunt, I'll leave the Jihan sect. Yes, I'll leave the Hunglyo galaxy along the way and go to a place that even father and granny don't know about. At this moment, Luo Qinghan had already made up her mind. She had always been a very strong-willed person. Although she could grow up under Zhou Donghuang's protection and have a smooth sailing life, she subconsciously rejected that kind of life. She, Luo Qinghan, did not want to be completely dependent on a man's protection. That was not what she wanted. She did not want to be a vase. Zhou Donghuang naturally did not know what Luo Qinghan was thinking. However, Luo Qinghan's strong-willed personality had already been discovered by him the last time she had followed Luo Wuchen to the Lightning Sword sect's Autumn Valley to look for him. Standing among the group of Dharma adepts of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang's gaze once again landed on Luo Qinghan. This can't go on. I have to think of a way to pass on a better technique to her. For martial adepts, the earlier they convert to a better technique, the better. Ever since he had discovered that Luo Qinghan had indeed not converted to the technique of everlasting youth, which he had given to the head of the Luo family, Luo Wuchen, he had been a little anxious. This was because he did not want Luo Qinghan's strong-willed personality to affect her future. However, he also knew that based on Luo Qinghan's personality, even if he held a knife to her neck, he would not force her to do something she did not want to do. I can only think of another way, Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. Little junior brother, why do I feel that this girl from the Jihan sect seems to be rejecting you? What's going on? As a woman, He Mingxi had a very strong intuition. She had been paying attention to Luo Qinghan, but she realized that when Luo Qinghan looked at her little junior brother, there was not only no affection in her eyes, but there was also a sense of alienation. Didn't you say that she is your woman? Also, she said just now that she will either never marry for the rest of her life, or even if she does marry, she will only marry you. He Mingxi was puzzled. She had no idea what was going on. Just how far had her little junior brother and Luo Qinghan progressed? Why did they not seem like a couple at all? In fact, they seemed more like two strangers. Faced with He Mingxi's puzzlement, Zhou Donghuang only smiled slightly and did not reply. Seeing this, He Mingxi did not continue asking, because she knew that this little junior brother was obviously unwilling to say more. Third senior sister. Zhou Donghuang looked at He Mingxi. For this alliance hunt, I do not intend to team up with you and De Zhuang. I intend to go alone. For this alliance hunt, he had other plans, and he did not intend to team up with He Mingxi and De Zhuang. It's fine. It's better if you don't join hands with us. He Mingxi said indifferently, if you join hands with us, we'll be worried that we won't even have a chance to attack. It's fine. We can work together. You can go on your own. As He Mingxi spoke, she seemed to despise Zhou Donghuang, a person whom others dreamed of working together with. Even if the two of you work together, you still have to be careful with your abilities. Even if you are alone, it would not be difficult for you to kill a late Dharma beast. But for ultimate Dharma beasts, unless you work together, it is almost impossible to kill them. Zhou Donghuang reminded them, if you encounter an ultimate Dharma beast that you cannot defeat even if you join forces, then run. As he did not know if the Guiyao planet had any particularly powerful beasts, Zhou Donghuang had no choice but to warn the two of them. At the same time, more and more people arrived at the Guiyao planet. The next day, the official start of the alliance hunt arrived as scheduled. End of chapter. Chapter 271. The alliance of the Hunglyo Galaxy was made up of the 52 top sections. The Lightning Sword sect, the Jihan sect, the Tiansong sect, and the Yunhui sect were only 4 of the 52 top sects, and they did not even make up a tenth of the total number of sections. In the alliance, they were insignificant. Furthermore, when the sect leaders and other higher-ups of the top sects were conversing with the sect leaders and higher-ups of the other 48 sects, they did not mention the battle between Zhou Donghuang and Mo Tian. Therefore, the other 48 sects did not know how strong Zhou Donghuang was now. Their understanding of Zhou Donghuang was still stuck at the time when he had defeated the genius disciple of the Thunder Knife sect, Han Yuzheng, with a single blow. As a member of the alliance, the Thunder Knife sect had naturally come this time. Han Yuzheng had also come. He looked more mature than he had when he had first arrived at the Lightning Sword sect. When he saw the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect, his gaze landed on Zhou Donghuang, and there was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. However, sensing the desire to fight in his eyes, Zhou Donghuang only glanced at him briefly before looking away and ignoring him. Seeing this, Han Yuzheng was also a little angry. He felt that he had been underestimated once again. This Zhou Donghuang. Does he really think that he is invincible just because he has mastered the Dharma body integration technique? I'm afraid he does not know that I, Han Yuzheng, am already a late Dharma adept. However, although he was angry, Han Yuzheng was also clear that if he had reached the late Dharma stage, Zhou Donghuang might have done so as well. After all, Zhou Donghuang's talent was not inferior to his. Everyone. The 52 sects of the Alliance had elected a total of 3 people to host the Alliance hunt this time. They were the 3 most experienced people in the Alliance who were still in public. I believe we do not need to explain the situation on the Guiyao planet. I believe you have already informed your disciples of the rules of the Alliance hunt. Next, we will check the formation of the Guiyao planet to make sure that there are no humans or beasts above the primordial soul stage. Then, the Alliance hunt can begin. As soon as one of the 3 finished speaking, the 3 of them began to move. They split into 3 different directions and flew across the sky like meteors, heading towards the Guiyao planet. To the group of disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, including Zhou Donghuang, they had long expected this to happen. A long time ago, when the Alliance had turned the Guiyao planet into a training ground for the Dharma disciples of the various sects of the Alliance, they had set up many arrays on the planet. Of course, with the Alliance's current strength, they did not have the ability to set up an offensive or defensive array to cover the entire Guiyao planet. They could only set up a few array formations that served as a warning. If a human or beast above the primordial soul stage appeared on the Guiyao planet, the array formation would be triggered. If humans or beasts from the outside tried to barge into the Guiyao planet, the chain of arrays would be destroyed. Now, the 3 people in charge of the Alliance hunt were going to check the array formation on the Guiyao planet to see if it had been destroyed. If it had been, it would mean that someone above the primordial soul stage had entered the Guiyao planet. At this time, the higher-ups of the various sects of the Alliance had to enter the Guiyao planet to find out who was hiding there. If it was a human or a beast that had taken on the form of a human, it would not be a big deal. If it was someone from one of the sects of the Alliance, it meant that he was most likely helping his own sect to cheat. Under such circumstances, according to the rules of the Alliance hunt, he would definitely die. Of course, if it was someone from one of the sects of the Alliance who had bribed someone to enter the Guiyao planet, once it was discovered, he would definitely die. Suddenly, Zhou Donghuang realized that on the surface of the Guiyao planet, 3 spots of light had suddenly appeared. They then turned into 3 bright beams of light and flew across the sky like meteors, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sensing Zhou Donghuang's gaze, He Mingxi explained, when the 3 elders entered the Guiyao planet, they triggered the spell. As long as a being of the primordial soul stage or above enters the spell, the same thing will happen. Therefore, as long as we can confirm that there are no humans or beasts above the primordial soul stage, we can officially start the Alliance hunt. During the Alliance hunt, there will be people from the various sects of the Alliance outside the Guiyao planet. If anyone above the primordial soul stage enters the Guiyao planet, this will happen. The three elders are all divine transformation adepts, and their divine will is extremely strong. They can cover a wide area of the Guiyao planet. In at most half a day they will be able to search the entire Guiyao planet. He Mingxi said. Zhou Dongwang nodded. At this time, De Zhuang could not help but frown and ask, Senior sister, if those three old men enter, what if they cheat? If all three sects have primordial soul adepts inside, they can definitely come to an agreement not to expose each other, right? As soon as De Zhuang said this, both Zhou Dongwang and He Mingxi looked at him in shock. De Zhuang, this brain of yours, when did it become so good at thinking? He Mingxi expressed Zhou Dongwang's surprise. You can even think of this. He. De Zhuang laughed sheepishly. He Mingxi continued, actually, you don't have to worry about this at all. This is because during every alliance hunt, the three people who enter the Guiyao planet to investigate, no matter how many points the disciples of their sects have obtained, as long as someone doubts them, they can challenge them. As long as you win, your points will be exchanged with theirs. For example, this time, if the Lightning Sword sect were to send someone in and little junior brother emerged as the champion of the alliance hunt, as long as the people from the other sects have any doubts, they can issue a challenge to him. As long as they can defeat him, they will immediately emerge as the champion. And if little junior brother loses, he can only take the points of that person and replace their previous ranking. Therefore, before the alliance hunt, investigating the Guiyao planet is always an arduous and unrewarding task. This time, it just so happens that it is the turn of the three sections. Otherwise, who would be willing to go? He Mingxi's words enlightened De Zhuang, and at the same time, he was no longer worried. He had asked this mainly because he was worried that someone would harm the interests of his little junior brother, Zhou Dongwang. In his opinion, in this alliance hunt, as long as no one cheated, his little junior brother would definitely be ranked first. He had absolute confidence in his little junior brother. Just as He Mingxi had said, in less than half a day, the three old men came out. However, they did not bring anyone out with them. Obviously, there were no problems inside. We can begin. After the three of them came out, they glanced at the various sect leaders of the alliance hunt. One of them stood up and said in a clear voice, Now, all sect leaders, please allow your Dharma disciples to enter the Guiyao planet in order. In 3 months, which is 90 days, everyone must come out. When the time comes, we only have to wait 1 day. Those who come out later than that day, no matter how many heads of beasts they bring out, will not be able to gain any points. The 3 old men came from 3 of the 52 sects of the Alliance. They were elders of these 3 sects, and any one of them was at the mid-divine transformation stage. Because of this, it did not take them long to search the entire Guiyao planet. Because of their level of training, and with the help of a strong divine will that corresponded to their level of training, they were successful. As the old man finished speaking, the sect leaders of the 52 sects of the Alliance began to move. Then, the Dharma disciples of the 52 sects were led into the Guiyao planet. Each sect had 40 people. 52 sects meant more than 2,000 people. With more than 2,000 people gathered together, it seemed like a large group. However, when they were dispersed into the Guiyao planet, it was not considered a large group. As for Zhou Dongwang, He Mingxi, De Zhuang, and the other Dharma disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, they entered the Guiyao planet. As the group's level of training was only at the Dharma stage, when they entered the Guiyao planet, they did not trigger the formation around the planet. They were more like fish leaping out of the ocean and sinking back into the ocean. The entire process was silent. Zhou Dongwang, why don't you bring me along? The Spring Valley disciple, the only son of the Spring Valley head, Lu Lang, approached Zhou Dongwang with a cheeky smile. Not too long, just bring me along for a few days, how about that? In his opinion, if he went with Zhou Dongwang, not only would it be safer, it would also be more efficient. Of course, he was only an early Dharma adept, and Zhou Donghuang would be able to kill beasts that were at the late Dharma stage and above, so he would not be able to gain points. The Alliance Hunt had a rule: if an early Dharma adept killed a beast that was at the late Dharma stage and above, other than bringing the beast's head back, he would also have to demonstrate his ability to kill a beast of that level in front of the various sects. At that time, a group of people would follow him into the Guiyao planet and witness him killing a beast of the same level. Only then would he be able to gain points. It was the same for mid-Dharma adept. You could take the beasts killed by others, but you could not exaggerate. At most, you could only take beasts that were one level higher than you. You wanted to gain points from beasts that were 2 levels higher than you? Then you had to have the ability to kill it single-handedly. After all, an early Dharma adept would be able to gain 1,000 points for killing a late Dharma beast, and 10,000 points for killing an ultimate Dharma beast. Under such circumstances, if Zhou Donghuang killed an ultimate Dharma beast and gave its head to Lu Lang would immediately gain 10,000 points. Who would compete with him? This went against the original intent of the Alliance Hunt. Killing beasts that were 1 level higher than them was not as strict. This was because the disciples of the various sects of the Alliance who were able to participate in the Alliance Hunt basically all had the ability to kill beasts that were 1 level higher than them. Even the weakest batch would be able to kill beasts that were 1 level higher on the Guiyao planet if they gave it their all, but it would be very taxing on them. For example, Lu Lang was confident that he could kill a mid-Dharma beast, but it would take a lot of effort. If Zhou Donghuang helped him kill it, wouldn't he be able to kill a child with 1 slash? End of this chapter. Chapter 272. Hearing Lu Lang's words, Zhou Donghuang merely glanced at him, then ignored him and entered the Guiyao planet on his own. Like a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared from the eyes of the Lightning Sword sect disciples in the blink of an eye. Lu Lang, do you think my junior brother is stupid enough to bring a burden like you along? As Lu Lang looked away awkwardly, He Mingxi teased him. However, Lu Lang did not show any signs of anger. He looked at He Mingxi and said, Senior Sister Mingxi, our fathers are both part of the 4 valley heads of the inner sect. I have to say that we are fated to meet. Otherwise, before Lu Lang could finish his sentence, He Mingxi interrupted him. If you want me to bring you along, you can keep your mouth shut. Then, under Lu Lang's bitter gaze, He Mingxi called out to De Zhuang, and the 2 of them sped up to enter the Guiyao planet. The Guiyao planet was a very strange planet. The beasts there were basically unable to enter the primordial soul stage. Furthermore, the beasts there were not intelligent, let alone connate beasts. Even primal core beasts and Dharma beasts did not have the ability to speak. This was also related to the environment of the Guiyao planet. Because of this, the beasts on the Guiyao planet, even the ultimate Dharma beasts, were still controlled by their natural instincts. They did not know fear and did not know how to run away. As long as one was targeted by them, they would be like a rabid dog that would not let you go. Under such circumstances, many people died on the Guiyao planet every time the Alliance Hunt took place. They were in the prime of their lives just like that. Those who were selected to participate in the Alliance Hunt were basically the cream of the crop of the younger generation of the various sections. As long as they did not die prematurely, they had a bright future ahead of them. However, even so, no one backed out of the Alliance Hunt. Those who were qualified to participate still came one after another. This was because, although participating in the Alliance Hunt was dangerous, the rewards were also great, and it could very well change one's future. The various rewards given out during the Alliance Hunt were very generous, but this was only on the surface. If one could achieve a good ranking in the Alliance Hunt, one would be valued by the sects behind them in the future, and they could receive better training. The Alliance Hunt was more like a stage for the disciples of the various sects to showcase their abilities. This Guiyao planet is really strange. When Zhou Donghuang entered the Guiyao planet, The spirit energy on the Guiyao planet was not very dense, but it was still considered normal. However, after half an hour, he realized that the spirit energy that filled the Guiyao planet had become restless. If he tried to absorb this spirit energy, even the inner yuan in his body would be affected, and his meridians would be in pain and his organs would be shaken. Normally, the spirit qi on a planet wouldn't be like this for no reason. Unless there's some force interfering with the spirit qi on this planet. Zhou Donghuang thought. In his 1,000 years of experience in his past life, Zhou Donghuang had encountered such a situation a few times, each time for a different reason. The restlessness of the spiritual energy on some planets was due to the emergence of a cave abode established by a powerhouse. The restlessness of the spiritual energy was only a hint to the people on that planet after the cave abode appeared. Some planets' spiritual energy was restless because a great demon was being born. Once such a great demon was born, if it wasn't subdued by humans, it would definitely cause disaster. Some planets' spirit qi was restless because of the birth of a rare treasure. This kind of rare treasure was different from ordinary spirit artifact. It contained a very terrifying power. However, the source of the restlessness of the spirit qi is not easy to find. Although I have developed divine will now, it's still too weak. Unless I pass by the place where the source is, it will be very difficult to find the source. Although he had rich experience from his past life, his divine will was too weak now, and Zhou Donghuang was unable to find the source. Let's get down to business first. In this half an hour, although Zhou Donghuang had entered the Guiyao planet and discovered a few beasts, he did not make a move. From start to finish, he had been analyzing the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet. Now that he realized that the source of the restlessness of the spirit qi was hard to find, he turned his attention back to the alliance hunt. I'll start with you. In a moment, Zhou Donghuang's attention was focused on a patch of forest beneath his feet. He was looking at a lake within the forest, and beside the lake, there was a giant beast the size of a small mountain lying there. This was a huge wolf, with black fur all over its body, with a tuft of white hair on the top of its head. It was lying there, as if it was sleeping. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang could also see that, although there were a few beasts wandering around the area where this huge wolf was, they did not dare to go near it. Zhou Donghuang was clear that although the beasts on the Guiyao planet did not have any intelligence, even the beasts that did not have any intelligence were still territorial. In fact, even wild beasts that did not practice would have territorial awareness. Ultimate Dharma stage? Zhou Donghuang descended from the sky. When he was above the lake, he used his divine will to scan the area. In an instant, he was able to detect the cultivation level of the huge black wolf that was lying lazily on the side of the lake. An ultimate Dharma stage beast. On the Guiyao planet, the strongest beast, a Wu. Although the huge wolf did not have divine will, it was still able to detect Zhou Donghuang's divine will scanning it. It opened its eyes immediately, and a sharp light flashed in its eyes. As it opened its mouth and let out a loud howl, its body suddenly became full of energy, and it no longer looked as lazy as before. The moment it saw Zhou Donghuang, it leapt into the air and pounced towards Zhou Donghuang. Its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light, and its sharp claws gleamed coldly, as if it wanted to tear Zhou Donghuang into pieces. And in this process, on the body of the huge wolf, a 30-foot-tall Dharma power appeared. It was exactly the same as its original form, and its mouth was wide open, as if it could swallow a mountain. A Wu, a Wu. The huge wolf and the Dharma power howled in unison, especially the howl of the Dharma power. The howl of the Dharma power was so loud that it caused the calm surface of the lake to ripple. The surrounding flora and fauna were also shaken by the howl. Die. Faced with the menacing ultimate Dharma wolf beast, Zhou Donghuang stood calmly in the air. It was only when the huge wolf neared that his eyes suddenly focused. In the next instant, his divine will shot out and entered the mind of the huge wolf. The huge wolf, which had not yet developed a divine will, was caught off guard. Its body froze, and even the 30-foot-tall Dharma power began to fade. At the same time, the 30-foot-tall white tiger Dharma power on Zhou Donghuang's body appeared for a brief moment. The reason why it appeared for a brief moment was because the moment the white tiger Dharma power appeared, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Of course, it did not really disappear. Instead, it condensed into a white sword aura in Zhou Donghuang's hand. The moment the white sword aura appeared, Zhou Donghuang wielded it and swung it. Whoosh! The sword whistled, and the huge wolf, which had been momentarily distracted by Zhou Donghuang's divine will, did not even have time to defend itself, and its head was sliced off. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Dharma power on the huge wolf's body was destroyed, its head separated from its body. A powerful ultimate Dharma beast that had occupied a territory on the Guiyao planet had died just like that. Zhou Donghuang raised his hand and threw the huge wolf's head into the storage ring that he had prepared earlier. As for the body, he had originally wanted to take something valuable from it, such as something that could be used to refine medicine or forge weapons. However, he realized that after the huge wolf died, all the valuable parts of its body had been absorbed by the spirit energy in the sky and earth. Since the essence had been absorbed, it naturally had no value. Furthermore, after a few breaths, the huge wolf's body had completely dried up. If I had not collected its head in time, I'm afraid that it would have followed in the footsteps of its body. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. The spirit energy on the Guiyao planet actually absorbs the life essence of these dead beasts? After Zhou Donghuang realized this, his eyes narrowed. It seems that the reason why the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet is so abnormal is most likely because of this. Now, Zhou Donghuang had a better idea. It's a pity that my divine will is too weak now. If I had the divine will of the heavenly stage from my previous life, even if these life essences were absorbed by the spirit energy on this planet, I would still be able to find out where they were absorbed by the spirit energy. Once the beast died, its life essence would be completely absorbed. Coupled with the abnormality of the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet, Zhou Donghuang already had many guesses in his mind, but he needed to confirm them further. Continue. After killing the huge wolf, Zhou Donghuang immediately went to find the few beasts that did not dare to go near the perimeter of the huge wolf's territory. They were all mid-Dharma beasts, and he killed them one by one in a short while. After killing these beasts, Zhou Donghuang did not take their heads. This was because even if he killed mid-Dharma beasts, he would not be able to gain any points. He quietly watched as the bodies of these beasts, from head to toe, all of them dried up and finally caved in, as if they had been run over by something. Indeed, at this moment, Zhou Donghuang completely confirmed his guess. The reason why this planet was like this was because it was giving birth to a big demon. The big demon was absorbing the spirit energy on a large scale, causing the spirit energy to become restless. The absorption of the beast's life essences was also providing the big demon with life energy. This Guiyao planet seems to have existed for a long time, right? That big demon is still in the process of being born? Thinking of this, even though Zhou Donghuang had seen many things in his previous life, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. The longer a big demon was in the process of being born, the more perverse it would be. Furthermore, this kind of big demon was different from the beasts on the Guiyao planet. Even if it entered the ultimate Dharma stage, it would not be able to develop intelligence. It was capable of giving birth to spiritual intelligence. To be born on a planet, and in the process, it absorbs spirit energy for many years, as well as the life essences of the beasts that died on the planet. Once this big demon is born, it will definitely be earth-shattering. If it has a bad temper, the entire Hunglio galaxy will be flooded with blood. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang's expression became completely serious. Chapter 273. How long had the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet been agitated? Zhou Donghuang was not too sure about this. The only thing he was clear about was that this situation on the Guiyao planet must have existed longer than the history of the Alliance Hunt. If the agitation of the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet, as well as the disappearance of the life essence of the dead beasts, has always been for the benefit of a demon, that demon has grown to where it is today. Once it appears, no one in the Hongliu galaxy will be able to stop it. Zhou Donghuang was very clear about this. Even if the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet was not as abundant as the spirit energy on most of the planets in the Hongliu galaxy, after thousands and tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the demon must have grown to an extremely terrifying level. At least, adepts below the separating divinity stage might not be able to control it. And in the Hongliu galaxy, even the strongest of the two transcendental forces were only late divine transformation adepts. Zhou Donghuang had heard all this from his third senior sister, He Mingxi. In my previous life, I did not hear third senior sister mention that there was a demon in the Hongliu galaxy. I can be sure that before the Lightning Sword sect was destroyed and third senior sister left the Hongliu galaxy, the demon on the Guiyao planet had not appeared yet. As he thought about this, Zhou Donghuang heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was curious as to where the demon was hiding on the Guiyao planet. Based on the current situation, even the divine transformation adepts of the various sects of the Hongliu Galaxy Alliance had scouted the Guiyao planet for adepts or beasts of the primordial soul stage and above before the start of the Alliance hunt, but they had not found the demon. Obviously, the demon had hidden itself very well. With my current strength, it is not very realistic for me to find the demon during the Alliance hunt. I should focus on the Alliance hunt and get the Sky Sun fruit first. After the Alliance hunt, I will come back to see if I can find the demon. In a moment, Zhou Donghuang had made up his mind. Although Zhou Donghuang did not think that his current ability was comparable to that of the big demon, it was obvious that the big demon had not fully matured yet, because once a big demon was fully matured, it would come out into the world. If it was not killed or subdued by a strong practitioner, it would most likely cause harm. If Zhou Donghuang could find the demon before it was fully nurtured, he would not be in any danger even if Zhou Donghuang stood in front of it, unless it forcefully interrupted the nurturing process and destroyed most of its power. The breeding grounds of these great demons usually had many good things. This was also the reason why Zhou Donghuang was moved. However, Zhou Donghuang did not forget that he was currently participating in the Alliance hunt. Hence, after making his decision, he continued to roam around the Guiyao planet, killing beasts after beast. After killing the first few mid-Dharma beasts, he did not collect their heads. After that, when he killed the mid and early Dharma beasts, he kept their heads in the other two space rings. One space ring was used to store the heads of the early Dharma beasts, while the other was used to store the heads of the late Dharma beasts. Although these two types of beasts could not be used to accumulate points even if he brought them out, he could give them to others before he left. If he could meet He Mingxi and De Zhuang before he left, he could even give them the heads of the mid-Dharma beasts as trophies. As for the early Dharma beasts' heads, he kept them in reserve. If he met He Mingxi on the Guiyao planet, he would give them to her. Of course, he knew that Luo Qinghan would not accept them. Hence, he did not intend to reveal his true identity when he met Luo Qinghan. He could hide his identity. I never thought that I, Zhou Donghuang, would have to worry about a woman, but that girl's temper is indeed stubborn. Whether it was Luo Qinghan's choice in the past or her ignoring him now, Zhou Donghuang remained calm. Now, he was no longer as stubborn as he had been in the past. Ever since Luo Qinghan had come to look for him, he had decided to let fate take its course. Otherwise, he would have kept an eye on Luo Qinghan on this trip to the Guiyao planet. Wherever Luo Qinghan went, he would follow her, protect her, and even help her kill beasts. As for when the Tiansong sect disciple, Mo Tian, had asked for Luo Qinghan's hand in marriage, he had only done so to help Luo Qinghan. Some things were fine if he did not see them. Now that he had seen them, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Along the way, no matter what kind of beasts he encountered, they could not withstand Zhou Donghuang's attack. An early Dharma beast was killed by him in one move. A mid-Dharma beast was killed by him in one move. A late Dharma beast was killed by him in one move. An ultimate Dharma beast was also killed by him in one move. There was no challenge. There was no pressure. The Zhou Donghuang now, with just his late Dharma stage White Tiger Dharma power, was enough to dominate the entire Guiyao planet. In the Hongliu galaxy, a martial adept who could master the technique of dermic possession at the Dharma stage was already considered a rare talent and a good seedling. But the Zhou Donghuang now not only had mastered the technique of Dharma possession, but he had also mastered a more advanced technique of using Dharma power at the Dharma stage. Dharma power control. Wherever the heart was, the Dharma power would be controlled like an arm. With just a thought from him, his Dharma idol could transform into any form, let alone possess a body. Just like on this journey, with just a thought, his Dharma power could condense into a sword, which was a type of Dharma power control. His Dharma power now could not only condense into a weapon, but it could also condense into a variety of shapes and forms. In the boundless universe, in the vast and resource-rich starfields, adepts who mastered Dharma body possession at the Dharma stage could only be considered to have passable talent. Only adepts who mastered Dharma power control at the Dharma stage could be considered true geniuses. Of course, in a galaxy like the Hongliu galaxy, there had not been a single Dharma adept who had mastered Dharma power control at the Dharma stage. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang could not remember how many beasts he had killed. As long as he saw a beast, regardless of their level of training, they were all killed and beheaded by him. Some of the corpses of the beasts that contained precious materials were stored in another space ring. He planned to ask his third senior sister, He Mingxi, to help him sell them at the Lightning Sword Sex Trade Center in exchange for spirit stones when he returned. These were all things that third senior sister, He Mingxi, had told him to not waste the bodies of the beasts with rare materials in them. Because the bodies of the beasts took up too much space, Zhou Donghuang had to take out another space ring every once in a while to store the bodies of the beasts. Luckily, he had prepared many space rings before he left this time, or else he might not have had enough. However, even so, in the end, he was still too lazy to collect the bodies of ordinary beasts. In the end, he only collected the bodies of ultimate Dharma beasts that had rare materials in them. Towards the end, the space rings were not enough, so he threw away the bodies of the ordinary beasts that he had collected earlier and stored all the bodies of ultimate Dharma beasts. At this time, only 1 month had passed of the 3 months of the Alliance hunt. In this 1 month, Zhou Donghuang had met more than 10 people from the various sects of the Alliance, but most of the time, only Zhou Donghuang had noticed them, and they had not noticed Zhou Donghuang. Those who had noticed Zhou Donghuang were only 2 early Dharma adepts and 1 mid-Dharma adept. When they saw Zhou Donghuang, although they could not confirm his level of training, they did not dare to provoke Zhou Donghuang because of their low level of training. On this day, Zhou Donghuang had just stepped out from a mountain range. The moment he stepped out, his divine will, which had been covering the surrounding area, detected 2 auras hidden behind a perilous peak. There were 2 people hidden there. At that moment, Zhou Donghuang stared at the Dharma power for a while. Finally, seeing that the 2 people had no intention of coming out, he prepared to turn around and leave. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, the 2 people who had been silent finally moved. They both stepped into the air, and caught up to Zhou Donghuang in the blink of an eye. One in front of the other behind him, they blocked his path. These two young men looked to be in their 30s. Of course, in reality they could be even older. However, they were definitely not more than 50 years old. This was because the disciples of the various sects of the Alliance who were participating in the Alliance hunt were not allowed to be older than 50 years old. In fact, this was only the requirement for ultimate Dharma disciples. For disciples whose level of training was lower than the ultimate Dharma stage, the age requirement was even stricter. Before the start of the Alliance hunt, the mid-divine transformation adepts from the three sects of the Alliance had entered the Guiyao planet to investigate. This time, Zhou Dongwang and a group of people who were participating in the Alliance hunt had also passed the Alliance's age test. Through the age of their bones, their ages could be confirmed. With this method, the margin of error would not exceed 3 months. You didn't come out just now because you wanted to see if I had any companions? Seeing that the two of them had been hiding and had come out to block him now that he was about to leave, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked calmly. You have indeed discovered us. The young man in front of Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Zhou Donghuang. You are right. Now, do you choose to cooperate and hand over the space ring that contains the brains of the beasts, or do you choose to wait for us to attack and torture you before handing over the space ring? Without waiting for Zhou Donghuang to speak, the young man behind him also spoke. Lad, both of us are ultimate Dharma adepts, so don't think that you will get lucky. Zhou Donghuang laughed. As for the young man who was blocking Zhou Donghuang's way, seeing that Zhou Donghuang was laughing, he instantly frowned. Lad, what are you laughing at? Don't think that you can bluff your way out of this by playing dumb. As Zhou Donghuang's smile faded, he looked at the young man in front of him meaningfully and asked calmly, The two of you, do you choose to hand over the space ring now, or do you choose to wait for me to attack and torture you before handing over the space ring? Chapter 274. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the two young men blocking his path of retreat could not help but be stunned. Following that, a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. The young man blocking Zhou Donghuang's path glanced at Zhou Donghuang. Kid, looks like you're also an ultimate Dharma adept. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm even after knowing that we're ultimate Dharma adept. I can see that you're very confident in your own abilities. It's a pity that you've met us. You're doomed. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a 300 feet tall shadow of a giant hammer appeared on his body. It was his Dharma power. Moreover, looking at the compatibility between the giant hammer and his body, it was obvious that he was not far from Dharma power possession. Whoosh! At the same time, the young man behind Zhou Donghuang also revealed his Dharma power, a 30-meter tall shadow of a giant knife. This giant knife Dharma power was obviously very compatible with the young man's body, and it was obvious that he was also not far from Dharmic possession. Young lad, with our abilities, even ultimate Dharma adepts who have mastered the Dharma body possession technique might not be our match. And among the ultimate Dharma adepts of the various sects, we all know who has mastered the Dharma body possession technique. At this time, the young man in front of Zhou Donghuang with the giant hammer Dharma power said mockingly, But you're not one of them. I advise you to hand over your space ring obediently, and you'll be spared some physical pain. The young man reminded him again. In response to the young man's warning, Zhou Donghuang only glanced at him and said lazily, From the looks of it, you want me to make a move. As he spoke, the white tiger Dharma power appeared on Zhou Donghuang's body. However, this 30-meter tall white tiger Dharma power usually looked burly, like a small mountain. But now, in front of the two 30-meter tall Dharma powers, this 30-meter tall white tiger Dharma power looked rather shabby, like a weak little white cat. Seeing the Dharma power that appeared on Zhou Donghuang's body, the two young men were stunned at first, but then they looked at each other and could not help but laugh mockingly and brilliantly. Ha 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 ha, the kid, after all this time, you're just a late Dharma adept? A late Dharma adept dares to say that he wants to rob us? How ridiculous! I'm afraid you're still asleep and think you're dreaming, right? After realizing that Zhou Donghuang was only a late Dharma adept, the two young men laughed until their stomachs cramped. Faced with the mockery of the two, Zhou Donghuang was not the slightest bit angry. In a flash, he seemed to merge with the white tiger Dharma power and pounce towards the young man in front of him. Roar! The white tiger Dharma power opened its bloody mouth and let out a loud roar. Its voice rumbled and its aura was extraordinary. A late Dharma adept who has mastered the Dharma body possession technique. Not bad. It's a pity that although I haven't mastered the Dharma body possession technique, my level of training is enough to crush you, and my overall ability is also enough to crush you. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang had used his Dharmic possession technique and was charging towards him, the young man with the giant hammer Dharma power laughed condescendingly. Although he had not mastered the Transcendence body possession technique, his cultivation was a level higher than his opponent. The true origin in his body was twice as dense as his opponent's, and his overall strength was far superior to his opponent's. If he were to go head-on against such an opponent, he would be able to defeat him with a single move. Whoosh! As the young man laughed condescendingly, his giant hammer Dharma power suddenly swung up and smashed down on the white tiger Dharma power. The difference in our levels of training is too great. Even if your Dharma power is more perfect than mine, it won't be of any use. Your biggest mistake was to take the initiative to attack me. You want to go head-on against me? I'll grant you your wish. Just as the young man raised his giant hammer Dharma power and was about to smash it down, thinking that victory was within his grasp, his companion felt the same way as well. However, in that split second, Zhou Donghuang, who seemed to have merged with the white tiger Dharma power, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The next moment, his divine will swept out and instantly entered the mind of the young man. In that instant, the young man's expression froze, and his eyes dimmed. At the same time, the giant hammer Dharma power that had been charging forward suddenly stopped in midair and then gradually became illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. Just as the other young man with the giant knife Dharma power saw this scene and had a look of confusion on his face, Zhou Donghuang had already controlled the white tiger Dharma power to directly destroy the giant hammer Dharma power that had become illusory. Wah! The moment the young man's dimmed eyes lit up again, he was already seriously injured. His inner yuan had backfired, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body swayed unsteadily, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. How is this possible? The young man, who had lost the ability to fight, quickly regained his senses and looked at Zhou Donghuang, who had turned around and was riding the white tiger Dharma power towards his companion. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, what exactly happened? Just now, he had felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. In an instant, his mind had gone blank, and he had fallen into a state of absent-mindedness. When he regained his senses, he realized that his Dharma power had been destroyed, and he was also seriously injured. He no longer had the ability to fight. What happened? How did Huang Dong lose? As for the other young man, facing the menacing Zhou Donghuang, he could only feel his scalp go numb. Although he could not understand what had happened just now, it was precisely because of this that he felt that the young man in white before him was extremely strange. Otherwise, how could Huang Dong, whose ability was comparable to his own, be so easily injured by him? Be careful. I have to be careful. Facing the menacing Zhou Donghuang, the other young man kept telling himself to be careful. He controlled the giant knife Dharma power and swung it at the white tiger Dharma power, which seemed to be one with Zhou Donghuang. However, at this moment, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed again. In the next moment, the young man also fell into a state of absent-mindedness. Then, the giant knife Dharma power became illusory, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Bang! The white tiger Dharma power struck out with its claws. Although the giant knife Dharma power was 30 feet tall, it seemed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was instantly destroyed, and the young man followed in the footsteps of his companion. Pfft! When the young man regained his senses, he also realized that he was seriously injured. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Hand over your space rings, and I'll spare your lives." After Zhou Donghuang had retracted the white tiger Dharma power, he stood in the air, his eyes indifferent and his tone calm. At this moment, the two young men, who were still looking at each other in shock and disbelief, both came to their senses and stared at Zhou Donghuang as if they had seen a ghost. "Who are you? What kind of technique was that?" Although the young man in white before them was a late Dharma adept, the two of them did not dare to underestimate him anymore. In fact, they were even afraid of him from the bottom of their hearts. What a joke! The two of them were ultimate Dharma adepts, but they had not even had the chance to attack before they were defeated and seriously injured by him. If not for the fact that he had shown them mercy, they would have died long ago. "You should understand, if I kill you, I can still get your space rings." Zhou Donghuang did not respond to the two of them. His indifferent tone became colder at this moment. If not for the fact that the two of them had not intended to kill him from the start, they would have died just now. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the two of them changed their expressions at the same time, and they both smiled bitterly as they took out another space ring from the one on their finger. They then removed the ownership of this space ring and handed it over to Zhou Donghuang. Good interspatial rings were all set up with a drip of blood to recognize the owner. After the blood binding, even if the space ring was lost, as long as the owner of the space ring was still alive, no one could open the space ring and take anything from it. Of course, if the owner of the space ring died, the space ring would become ownerless, and whoever dripped their blood on it would own it. Drip, drip. After the ownership of the two space rings had been verified, Zhou Donghuang once again looked at the two young men who seemed to want to say something, and his eyes flashed once again. In the next moment, his divine will once again entered the minds of the two of them. This time, the two of them were dazed for a long time before their eyes lit up again. When their eyes lit up again and they came back to their senses, they looked at each other in shock. "Weren't we hiding behind? Why are we here? I don't know, when did we get here?" Now, the two of them seemed to have lost a period of memory. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang was already extremely far away from the two of them. Just now, he had used his divine will and used a secret divine will technique that he had obtained from an ancient relic in his previous life. It could wipe out a person's memory for about a quarter of an hour. Of course, there were many limitations. His divine will had to be one level higher than the opponent's level of practice in order to use this secret technique on the opponent. For example, only divine transformation adepts could use this secret technique to wipe out a primordial soul adept's memory for a quarter of an hour. Of course, now, although Zhou Donghuang's level of practice was lower than the two of them, because the two of them had not condensed their divine will, his current divine will was enough to use this secret technique to wipe out their memory. The reason why he wanted to wipe their memory was because Zhou Donghuang did not want others to know that he had condensed his divine will when he was only at the Dharma stage. If this matter were to spread, it would not be a good thing for him. Today, the two of them might not know that he had used his divine will because they had no concept of it, but once the two of them got out and told their elders would definitely be able to confirm that they had been affected by his divine will. "You did not intend to kill me, and only intended to steal my things. I will spare your lives." And this was also the reason why Zhou Donghuang did not choose to kill them and steal their things. Instead, he chose to wipe out the memories of the two of them for the most recent quarter of an hour. This was because the two of them, who had lost their memories for a quarter of an hour, were still in a daze. Even in their dreams, they would not have known. They had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. If they had wanted to kill Zhou Donghuang, they would have died without a doubt. Chapter 275. After the start of the Alliance hunt, the disciples of the various sects entered the Guiyao planet. Most of them hunted beasts and collected their heads. There were also some disciples who robbed others of their spoils. The lucky ones only had their things stolen, while the unlucky ones were directly killed. Because of this, on the Guiyao planet, the disciples of the various sects not only had to face the various beasts, but they also had to face the threat of other disciples. The ranking of the Alliance hunt was based on point. However, although there were robberies, they were mostly done by people of the same level of training. This was because only by robbing people of the same level of training could one obtain useful spoils. For example, when ultimate Dharma disciples robbed late Dharma disciples, it was useless even if they obtained the heads of late Dharma beasts, unless the other party had the heads of ultimate Dharma beasts. Normally, when an ultimate Dharma disciple was robbed by an ultimate Dharma disciple, they would cooperate and give away the heads of ultimate Dharma beasts that they might have. This way, they could still keep the heads of the late Dharma beasts and accumulate points. Of course, there were also some ultimate Dharma Realm Alliance disciples who snatched away the heads of the Alliance disciples with lower levels of training. They kept the heads of the beasts that they had no use for themselves, hoping that they could give them to other disciples they were on good terms with. However, the higher-level Alliance disciples rarely killed the lower-level Alliance disciples. This was because if they were discovered, they would be sentenced to death. Alliance disciples of the same level of training were allowed to kill each other. This was a tacit agreement of the Alliance hunt. In the boundless universe, cultivating the martial Tao was a path that defied the heavens. Fighting with others, fighting against the heavens. The various sects of the Alliance all hoped that their disciples would be able to sense the dangers and struggles of the human heart. The rewards of the Alliance hunt were secondary. The most important thing was to gain experience. How boring! While other Alliance disciples risked their lives to kill beasts and were often injured, even when Zhou Dongwang encountered ultimate Dharma beasts, he could easily finish them off with a single slash. He used the Divine Soul Shaper to form his Divine Will at the Dharma stage. Once his Divine Will was released, any living being below the primordial soul stage that did not have Divine Will would be disrupted and even be momentarily dazed. And that short moment of daze was enough for Zhou Dongwang to kill them. If not for the Sky Sun Fruit, I would not have participated in the Alliance hunt. Zhou Dongwang still remembered his motive for participating in the Alliance hunt. Of course, he still had another thought. That was, before the end of this Alliance hunt, they would discover the breeding ground of the demon that had caused the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet to become restless and had even devoured the life essence of dead beasts. There must be a lot of good stuff in that place. However, he also knew that with his pitifully weak spiritual force, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to find it. One had to know that even in the past Alliance hunts, there had been mid-divine transformation adepts who had entered the Guiyao planet to investigate if there were any existences above the primordial soul stage, but none of them had discovered the location of the demon breeding grounds. Of course, if Zhou Dongwang had the divine sense of the divine transformation stage, he was confident that he could find the location of the demon breeding ground within a few days. The breeding grounds of such demons would usually have a concealment formation. Ordinary people would find it difficult to see through the concealment formation, but for Zhou Dongwang, as long as he could find the concealment formation, he would be able to see through it. Even now, he was only a Dharma adept. As long as the formation was right in front of him, he would be able to see through it. Let's continue. Although he felt bored, Zhou Dongwang still worked hard to find ultimate Dharma beasts one after another in order to obtain the Sky Sun Fruit as the reward for the first-place winner of the Alliance hunt. He killed them and collected their heads. He could not be bothered to hunt down beasts of other levels of training that he did not want to kill. Those that he did not want to were all killed by him. Just like now. In the distance, a flying beast of the late Dharma stage flew past. It was very far away from Zhou Donghuang, and it did not even notice Zhou Donghuang. However, Zhou Donghuang had noticed it. However, Zhou Donghuang could not be bothered to attack it. To Zhou Donghuang, as a disciple of the late Dharma Alliance, killing a beast of the late Dharma stage in the Alliance hunt would only earn him 10 points. However, killing an ultimate Dharma beast would earn him 100 points. The points from killing 10 late Dharma beasts would only be equivalent to the points from killing an ultimate Dharma beast. He did not intend to waste time chasing down beasts of the late Dharma stage. If he had the time, he might as well look for ultimate Dharma beasts that might be nearby. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhou Donghuang's ears twitched as he hovered in the air above a dense forest. Boom! Kaboom! With his amazing hearing, he could vaguely hear a series of muffled sounds coming from up ahead. Are beasts fighting, or are the disciples of the Alliance fighting against beasts? Zhou Donghuang could tell that these were the sounds of two forces clashing. Something's not right. As he flew closer, Zhou Donghuang could clearly hear the sounds coming from up ahead. It's three forces clashing. More accurately, it's 2 against 1. Zhou Donghuang's body flickered as he hurried forward. Very quickly, he arrived at the source of the sound. In front of a waterfall in the depths of the forest, an area where no other beasts could be seen. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang had come across many such places, and they were all territories of ultimate Dharma beasts. Usually, when ultimate Dharma beasts were not out hunting, they would rest in their own territories. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was a young man who had manifested a 20-foot-tall Dharma power on his body. He was sent flying by a 30-foot-tall Dharma power charging at him, and he crashed heavily into the waterfall. The young man was skinny and his face was handsome. His eyes shone with a sharp light. At this moment, his embroidered robes had become tattered, and the cause of all this was the two beasts that were still approaching him. They looked exactly the same, and each had a 30-foot-tall Dharma power on their bodies. Looking at the Dharma power of these two beasts, it was obvious that they were ultimate Dharma beasts. As for the young man, the reason why his Dharma power was 20 foot tall was because he had an ultimate Dharma spirit weapon in his hand, which could double the inner yuan of a Dharma adept. Dharma spirit weapons were mostly worn on the body to directly increase the inner yuan of a Dharma adept and manifest a stronger Dharma power. For example, this young man's Dharma spirit weapon was obviously the jade bracelet on his right wrist. He has already mastered the technique of Dharma possession. If it was just an ultimate Dharma beast, he would be able to handle it. As long as he has enough time, he would definitely be able to kill it. But these two ultimate Dharma beasts, and they are obviously twins at that, their teamwork is very strong. When they work together, their strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Zhou Donghuang could see that the two beasts in front of him were a pair of twin beasts. Of course, they looked the same, but they might not necessarily be twin beasts. But the problem was, these two demonic beasts not only looked exactly the same at first glance, even the details of their bodies were exactly the same. Even if they were of the same species, it was impossible for two demonic beasts to look so similar. Therefore, they could only be twins. Roar, roar, these two beasts were very similar to cheetahs. Their fur was covered in leopard markings, but they had long, sharp teeth in their mouths and their mountain-like bodies. It was obvious that they were not ordinary cheetahs. Their Dharma power was the same as their bodies, but it was many times larger. It was like two huge mountains standing there, looking very imposing. The young man had originally thought of retreating, but suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Donghuang standing in the air not far away, his expression calm. Although Zhou Donghuang looked very young, his calm demeanor made it easy to guess that he was not afraid of these two beasts. At least, like him, he had the ability to escape from these two beasts. The reason why he was injured now was because he didn't believe it. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to defeat the two demonic beasts one by one. However, he discovered that the two demonic beasts' cooperation was almost flawless, and he didn't have the slightest chance to take advantage of them. In fact, while he was looking for an opportunity to take them down one by one, he was also injured. Taking a deep breath, the young man looked at Zhou Donghuang and shouted, "Sir, why don't we join forces and kill these two beasts? We'll split the spoils of war in half." However, Zhou Donghuang only glanced at him and did not respond. In the next moment, under the shocked gaze of the young man, Zhou Donghuang's figure flickered and he charged directly towards the two beasts. Seeing Zhou Donghuang charge forward alone, the young man could not help but smile mockingly. Courting death. In his opinion, Zhou Donghuang definitely wanted to monopolize the spoils of war, which was why he had charged forward directly instead of joining forces with him. What a greedy fellow! Because he could escape at any time, even if he was injured, the young man was confident that he could escape from under the nose of these two beasts. Therefore, when Zhou Donghuang attracted the attention of the two beasts, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he looked at Zhou Donghuang with a gloating expression, as if he could already see Zhou Donghuang's pathetic state. However, in the next moment, he saw a scene that almost made his jaw drop. He saw that as the two beasts pounced towards the young man in white, their figures strangely paused midway. Then, their Dharma power also became somewhat illusory and faint, as if it could dissipate at any time. Just then, the young man in white's 10-meter giant tiger pounced forward, and after defeating the two beasts' Dharma power, it struck out with its claws at lightning speed, slapping the two beasts to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two beasts fell to the ground and lay on the ground, blood flowing from their mouths, their auras weak. What's going on? The scene in front of him completely stunned the young man. He had no idea what had just happened. Why did the two beasts suddenly freeze? How lucky! After a moment, the young man came back to his senses. He only felt that Zhou Donghuang was just lucky, and that the two beasts' hidden ailments were acting up. When he saw that Zhou Donghuang was about to attack the two beasts, and it was obvious that he was going to take their heads, his expression changed, and his whole body shot out like lightning. "Sir, everything is about first come first serve. Although you've injured them, that's because I've used up a lot of their inner yuan first. You have to give me one of these two beasts." Chapter 276. If you want a share, come and get it yourself. Zhou Donghuang casually chopped off the heads of the two beasts and kept their bodies as he glanced at the young man. Although the two beasts had exchanged blows with the young man earlier, they had not used their full strength. They had not expended much energy and were still at their peak. He had killed two demonic beasts by himself, and this person wanted a share of the spoils? How could there be such a good thing in this world? Although he only glanced at the young man, Zhou Donghuang's gaze was filled with warning. In the end, the young man did not make a move because he knew that even if he did, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. His opponent was a late Dharma adept like him, and he had also mastered the Dharma body integration technique. As for him, he had only mastered the Dharma body integration technique not long before the start of the alliance hunt. Even at his peak, he might not be a match for his opponent, let alone now. "Sir, I am Zhong Qingkai, the son of the deputy leader of the Yuanyin Order, the son of Zhong Huiyan. I wonder, how should I address you, and which sect are you from?" Taking a deep breath, the young man forced a smile as he asked, "Why? Do you want to know my name and background so that you can seek revenge in the future?" Zhou Donghuang glanced at him and asked. "I have no such intentions." Zhong Qingkai tried hard to suppress his anger and grinned with some difficulty. "If it weren't for your help today, I wouldn't have survived. I just want to know the background of my benefactor." Zhou Donghuang looked at Zhong Qingkai deeply, his gaze sharp as if he could see through everything. Whether you mean it or want revenge, I, Zhou Donghuang, will accept it. In the next 2 years, I should still be in the Lightning Sword sect. If you want to seek revenge, you can find me there." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other party's response, Zhou Donghuang had already left in a flash, like a white meteor flashing across the sky. "He's Zhou Donghuang from the Lightning Sword sect?" Zhong Qingsai's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "He has actually entered the late Dharma stage?" The genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang, was only 24 years old, but he was already a mid-Dharma adept and had mastered the Dharma body integration technique. He had easily defeated Han Yuzheng, the genius disciple of the Thunder Knife sect, who was said to be 1 in 100 years on the Tailao planet. Zhong Qingkai had long heard of this news. It was just that he had never imagined that after 2 years, Zhou Donghuang had already entered the late Dharma stage. He was only 26 years old this year, right? A 26-year-old late Dharma adept. Even in the 2 transcendental forces, this is extremely rare, right? Zhong Qingkai thought. At the same time, he secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Fortunately, I wasn't too forceful just now. However, I will not let this matter rest. Zhou Donghuang, you'd better not give me a chance, otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Zhong Qingsai's eyes flickered with a terrifying cold light, as if he was about to devour someone. From the moment he found out about Zhou Donghuang's identity, he knew that he could not go to the Lightning Sword sect to seek revenge. This was because even an idiot would know that the Lightning Sword sect would definitely protect Zhou Donghuang. A martial arts genius like Zhou Donghuang, even if he did not have a strong family background, would not be someone they could afford to offend in the Yuanyin sect. Even if his father was the vice-sect leader of the Yuanyin sect, he couldn't do it. At least on the surface, he and his father did not dare to act recklessly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a full 2 months had passed since the start of the alliance hunt. In another month's time, the disciples of the various sects on the Guiyao planet would have to leave the Guiyao planet. To some of the more powerful people, 2 months on the Guiyao planet was a very easy task. For the ultimate Dharma adepts of the various sects of the Alliance, it was like a vacation for them. Even if they had not mastered the Dharma body integration technique, with their spirit weapons, they could easily kill a group of ultimate Dharma beasts on the Guiyao planet. And because it was very difficult for them to accumulate points, it was almost impossible for them to obtain a high ranking on the leaderboard. Therefore, their mission in the Alliance hunt was to help the weaker members of their sects accumulate points. Now, the ultimate Dharma adepts of the various sects were all following one of their early Dharma adepts or mid-Dharma adepts in their sects, or even multiple people at the same time. Some of the late Dharma adepts also had friends of ultimate Dharma adepts who wanted to help them, and this kind of help was almost one-on-one. In short, in the Alliance hunt, besides the importance of individual ability, it also depended on whether there was someone willing to help for free. Of course, even if there was someone willing to help, the beasts that the other party helped to kill had to be ones that they could single-handedly kill. Otherwise, not only would it not be counted in their points, but they would also be punished by having their points revoked. Therefore, even if an ultimate Dharma adept helped an early Dharma adept, the most they could do was to help him kill a mid-Dharma beast. Luo Qinghan, you and I are really fated. Yuan Zheng would never have dreamed that he would be able to meet Luo Qinghan on the Guiyao planet, given how big it was. Instantly, his eyes almost turned green. And seeing Yuan Zheng, Luo Qinghan's expression could not help but change slightly, but she quickly composed herself. Even though Yuan Zheng had also entered the Dharma stage and had obtained a spot for the Tiansong sect to participate in the alliance hunt, his ability might not be stronger than hers. After composing herself, Luo Qinghan glanced coldly at Yuan Zheng, then ignored him and continued walking on her own path. Luo Qinghan, along the way, I heard from some of the Jihan sect disciples that there were ultimate Dharma adepts who wanted to help you accumulate points, but you rejected them? Yuan Zheng caught up with Luo Qinghan and asked with a smile. However, Luo Qinghan still ignored him. Indeed. Just as they were preparing to enter the Guiyao planet to participate in the Alliance hunt, a few ultimate Dharma adepts of the Jihan sect had expressed to Luo Qinghan that as long as she was willing, they could help her kill beasts for free and accumulate points. However, Luo Qinghan had rejected them. She knew very well that the ultimate Dharma adepts of the Jihan sect had said was just a joke. They had helped her because they wanted to get to know Zhou Donghuang through her, and perhaps even curry favor with him. Based on Zhou Donghuang's current achievements, as long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely become a big shot in the Hongliu galaxy. Such an existence, as long as he did not die prematurely, was destined to rise. To be able to interact with him before he rose to power was a dream come true for everyone. I can't owe him any more. This was the only thought in Luo Qinghan's mind when she rejected the ultimate Dharma adepts of the Jihan sect. Seeing that Luo Qinghan was still ignoring him, the smile on Yuan Zheng's face gradually disappeared. Looking at Luo Qinghan's back, he said sarcastically, "Luo Qinghan, at a time like this, why are you still acting all high and mighty? Back when we were on the Tianxian planet, you behaved like a saintess, with no desires and even disdain for me. But now, you've hooked up with Zhou Donghuang of the Lightning Sword sect. You've only been in the Jihan sect for a few years. Even if you know him, how long can you know him? How long can you know me? Do you dare to say that you're not friends with him because you like his martial arts talent and future achievements?" Luo Qinghan's back was facing Yuan Zheng. Hearing him say this, her face instantly darkened, and she froze in place. "Yuan Zheng, if you dare to spout nonsense again, don't blame me for attacking you." Luo Qinghan's eyes flashed with anger, and she clenched her fists tightly as she spoke in a low voice. "All right." Hearing Luo Qinghan's words, Yuan Zheng laughed. "Just as well, I also want to see how strong you are now, Luo Qinghan. To be honest, I was quite surprised to see that you were able to participate in the Alliance hunt." Almost at the same instant that Luo Qinghan turned around, a black pearl appeared in Yuan Zheng's hand without anyone noticing. He then flicked his finger and shot it into the sky, causing a brilliant firework to bloom in the sky. As she turned around, Luo Qinghan also noticed the firework blooming above her head, and her expression changed slightly. "Are you summoning the Tiansong sect disciples over?" Without any hesitation, Luo Qinghan's figure moved, intending to leave. She was not completely confident that she could defeat Yuan Zheng alone. If there was another Tiansong sect disciple, he would definitely not be a match for them. "Luo Qinghan, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yuan Zheng laughed calmly as his figure flashed, blocking Luo Qinghan's path. Seeing this, Luo Qinghan could only take out a similar black pearl from her space ring, intending to shoot it into the sky. Since Yuan Zheng wanted to summon the nearby Tiansong sect disciples, she could only summon the other Jihan sect disciples. The disciples of the various sects in the Alliance all had their own specific firework signal. However, Yuan Zheng was one step ahead of her, preventing her from having her way. "Luo Qinghan, don't even think of summoning anyone over in front of me." Luo Qinghan's expression changed once again, and she could only take out her spirit weapon and fight with Yuan Zheng. Once she repelled Yuan Zheng, she would have the opportunity to send the firework signal. However, Yuan Zheng's ability was not inferior to hers. The two of them were evenly matched, and she had no chance to send the firework signal. Once she was distracted with Yuan Zheng's ability, he would be able to silently defeat and injure her. Once she was injured, she would become a fish on Yuan Zheng's chopping board. That was something she did not want to see no matter what. Therefore, she could only force herself to hold on. "Luo Qinghan, I'm not sending the firework signal to find someone to help me deal with you. I'm still capable of dealing with you." Yuan Jing chuckled. I'm sending the firework signal to summon Senior Brother Mo over. Senior Brother Mo is nearby. Tisk tsk. I'm really looking forward to sending you into Senior Brother Mo's arms, so that he can have you and take revenge for the humiliation he received from your man. I wonder how grateful he will be to me. With him as my backing, my path in the Tiansong sect will become smoother and smoother. Yuan Jing felt that this was a blessing from the heavens, allowing him to meet Luo Qinghan and atone for his sins. One had to know that he had indirectly caused trouble for Mo Tian, the top disciple of the younger generation in the Tiansong sect, and Mo Tian bore a grudge against him. 2 days ago, when Mo Tian had met him, he had looked at him with a cold gaze. One could imagine that if not for the fact that they were from the same sect, Mo Tian would probably have killed him. And today, he had finally found a chance to mend his relationship with Mo Tian. Chapter 277. Signal Flare. The signal flare that rose into the sky not far away caused Zhou Donghuang, who was traversing through the forest, to pause in his tracks. However, it's not the lightning sword sect's signal flare. It should be from another sect. No matter which sect's signal flare appears, it will definitely attract people from that sect who are nearby. Among them, there might even be ultimate Dharma adepts. Killing beasts, even if they are ultimate Dharma beasts, will only result in one head at a time. But if we rob ultimate Dharma Alliance disciples, we can obtain multiple ultimate Dharma beasts' heads. Thinking of this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew towards the place where the signal flare had risen. The Alliance hunt allowed Alliance disciples to rob each other of their spoils of war. The Alliance hunt was meant to train the disciples of the various sections. Naturally, it was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. This was because once the disciples of the various sects left their sects, they would lose the protection of their sections. In the history of the Hongliu Galaxy, many Alliance disciples had disappeared without a trace after leaving their sections. The vast universe and boundless starry sky were filled with too many uncertainties. Sometimes, even if you died, others would not know how you died. Even if they wanted to avenge you, they would not know where to start. When he reached his destination and hid behind a huge pine tree, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed into slits when he saw the person in front of him. A cold light flashed through his eyes. You guys can disperse. Junior Brother Yuan Jing and I will be fine here. Before the Alliance hunt had begun, Zhou Donghuang had defeated the first person of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect. He was now dispersing wave after wave of Tiansong sect disciples approaching. Of course, there were not many Tiansong sect disciples in each wave. They were either one person or two at most. Yes, Senior Brother Mo, the Tiansong sect disciples were very obedient towards Mo Tian's words, and they left one by one. Junior Sister Luo, that man of yours, Zhou Donghuang, is really amazing. Mo Tian slowly approached Luo Qinghan with Yuan Jing's escort, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He actually defeated me in front of so many people and made me lose face. Say, if I were to take you today, what kind of expression do you think he would have when he finds out? Mo Tian's smile became even brighter. I would rather die than let you have your way. Luo Qinghan's eyes turned cold. She was ready to die, and she had already decided to burn her Dharma power to destroy herself. Dharma adepts could self-destruct by burning their Dharma power. Of course, this was different from the self-destruction of the primordial soul of adepts above the primordial soul stage. The burning of one's Dharma power could only destroy oneself and not others. In fact, it could not even hurt others. When a primordial spirit self-detonated, everyone nearby would be affected. If they got too close, even if they were at the same cultivation level, they would definitely die. Junior Sister Luo, you want to burn your Dharma power in front of me? Seeing that Luo Qinghan's Dharma power had manifested and that her aura had become agitated, Mo Etienne smiled condescendingly. Then, the sword god Dharma power appeared on his body. With a point of his sword, threads of sword chi shot out and wrapped around the Dharma power that Luo Qinghan had just manifested, binding and suppressing it. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qinghan's Dharma power was forcefully suppressed. Pft! Her Dharma power was forcefully suppressed, and Luo Qinghan's pretty face instantly turned pale. Her cherry-like mouth opened, and a mouthful of extravasated blood spurted out. It was like a red rose blooming in the air, extremely alluring. Senior brother Mo? At this moment 2 more figures appeared. They were the other 2 Tiansong sect disciples. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were a little stunned. They naturally recognized Luo Qinghan. She was the female disciple of the Jihan sect whom their senior brother Mo had proposed to the Jihan sect but to no avail. At the same time, she was also the fiancée of the Lightning Sword sect's genius disciple, Zhou Donghuang. At this moment, a chill ran down their spines. Based on the current situation, their senior brother Mo now wanted to attack Luo Qinghan and take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered from Luo Qinghan and Zhou Donghuang. When we get out of here, what to say you should know, right? Mo Etienne asked as he looked deeply at the 2 Tiansong sect disciples who had just appeared. We know. The 2 of them nodded like chicks pecking at rice. This senior brother Mo was not only the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, but he was also the direct disciple of the Tiansong sect leader. As disciples of the Tiansong sect, how could they dare to provoke him? Just as the 2 Tiansong sect disciples were about to turn and leave, tsk tisk, accompanied by a series of tsk tisk sounds, a white figure appeared in the air from afar. It was a tall, young man dressed in clothes whiter than snow and wearing a devil mask on his face. Seeing this somewhat familiar figure, Mo Etienne's eyes narrowed, and he asked subconsciously, "You are Zhou Donghuang?" At this moment, Luo Qinghan, who had just been about to take out a sharp weapon from her space ring to commit suicide, also stopped what she was doing and stared blankly at the white figure who had suddenly appeared. Although the white robe on the person who had come was different from the one that Zhou Donghuang had worn in the past. However, this person's build and the ethereal aura that he exuded were no different from Zhou Donghuang's. Not only did Mo Etienne think that this person was Zhou Donghuang, but Luo Qinghan also thought that this person was Zhou Donghuang. It's him! Zhou Donghuang! Yuan Zheng stood behind Mo Etienne. When he saw this young man in white with a devil mask suddenly appear, his expression changed drastically. If this was really Zhou Donghuang, not only would Mo Etienne be finished, but he would also be finished. What should we do? What should we do? Escape. With a thought, Yuan Zheng's figure flashed and he dashed into the distance without any hesitation, trying to escape. Humph. As this slightly low and hoarse snort sounded, in the next moment, Luo Qinghan, Mo Etienne, and the other 2 Tiansong sect disciples saw the robe on the young man in white with the devil mask flutter, and a Dharma power appeared. This was a flying beast Dharma power, and its entire body seemed to be burning with flames. Once it appeared, it chased after Yuan Zheng, who had just escaped not far away. Its wings were as sharp as knives, and it directly cut off Yuan Zheng's head and sent it flying. This scene happened so quickly that Luo Qinghan and the other 2 Tiansong sect disciples could not recover from their shock. Mo Etienne, on the other hand, regained his senses. However, he was unable to save Yuan Zheng in time because of another matter. So you're not Zhou Donghuang. Seeing the other parties flying beast Dharma power, Mo Etienne heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze on the other party also became somewhat cold. Who are you really? Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? I'm a man who upholds justice on behalf of the heavens. The newcomer clearly had no intention of talking nonsense with Mo Etienne. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he flew towards Mo Etienne. Humph! Seeing the other party fly towards him, Mo Etienne snorted coldly. If you were Zhou Donghuang, I would definitely die here today. If you weren't Zhou Donghuang, do you think I would be afraid of you since we're both late Dharma adepts? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword god Dharma power on Mo Etienne's body suddenly expanded until it reached a height of 200 feet before it stopped growing. It was obvious that he had used an ultimate Dharma spirit weapon. However, at the same time, the flying beast Dharma power that returned to the body of the young man in white with the devil mask also exploded to a height of 200 feet. In terms of size, it was comparable to Mo Etienne's sword god Dharma power. Obviously, he had also used an ultimate Dharma spirit weapon. If you hadn't mastered the technique of dharmic possession, you would definitely die today. Mo Etienne roared. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have completely merged with the sword god Dharma power. The sword god Dharma power was under his control, and with a horizontal slash, it swept towards the young man in white. Dharmic possession? The young man in white's slightly hoarse and low voice rang out. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. You've only mastered dharmic possession at the late Dharma stage, and you still have the nerve to be so arrogant? I'll let you see what Dharma power control is. As soon as the young man in white finished speaking, the flying beast Dharma power that had appeared on his body instantly changed and turned into a Dharma power that was exactly the same as Mo Etienne's sword god Dharma power. Then, it charged towards Mo Etienne. This scene caused Luo Qinghan's pretty face to be filled with shock. As for the two Tiansong sect disciples, they looked at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. My God, it's Dharma power control. The legendary Dharma power control. Dharma power control was a heaven-defying technique that could only be mastered by Dharma adepts who had trained their Dharma power to the extreme. In the history of the Honglyo galaxy, there had never been such a person. No, a scream filled with unwillingness shocked Luo Qinghan and the other two Tiansong sect disciples. When they subconsciously shifted their gazes, they just happened to see the sword god Dharma power that the young man in white was controlling suddenly turn into a giant sword the moment it got close to Mo Etienne's real sword god Dharma power. It swung through the air and not only destroyed the opponent's sword god Dharma power, but it also cut him in half. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the giant sword had cut Mo Etienne in half, it even blossomed like fireworks and turned into a sky full of sword rain. It enveloped Mo Etienne's broken body and turned it into a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. The number one of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect had died. Hiss, the two Tiansong sect disciples gasped in unison. Their scalps went numb as they looked at the young man in white standing in the air above the place where Mo Etienne had died. Their faces were pale. They knew that if the other party wanted to kill them, they would definitely die. What are you waiting for? When the young man in white with the devil mask looked at the two Tiansong sect disciples and said these words, the two of them ran away as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. As they ran, they were glad that they had escaped with their lives. Who on earth is that person? He has actually mastered the ultimate technique of Dharma adepts, Dharma power control, at the late Dharma stage. He can't be a disciple of the Alliance. He can't even be from the Honglyo galaxy. In the Honglyo galaxy, even the two transcendental forces, it is impossible for a Dharma adept to master Dharma power control. I think so too. In the history of the Honglyo galaxy, there has never been such a legendary Dharma adept. Chapter 278. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Luo Qinghan thanked him gratefully. She had thought that she would definitely die, but she did not expect that in her most desperate moment, the young man in white before her would appear like a savior and save her. Of course, at this moment, deep in her heart, she was still a little disappointed. At first, when she saw the familiar figure, she had thought that it was Zhou Donghuang. It was only when the other party revealed his Dharma power that she confirmed that although the other party's figure was the same as Zhou Donghuang's, and he was also dressed in the same white robes as Zhou Donghuang, it was not Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power was a giant tiger. But the Dharma power of the young man in white before her was a bird that seemed to be burning with flames. Their Dharma idols were completely different from each other. Although the Dharma power of the young man in white before her had been trained to the extreme, and he could use the legendary Dharma power control technique to change as he pleased, but when the Dharma power first appeared, it was definitely a real Dharma power. It was impossible for it to be an illusory Dharma power the moment it appeared. Therefore, the possibility that Zhou Donghuang had changed his Dharma power into a bird Dharma power could be completely ruled out. Unless Zhou Donghuang had formed two Dharma powers in his body, but was that possible? Every Dharma power was born from the foundation of a golden essence. If someone had two Dharma powers, it meant that he had once formed two golden essences. A primal core adept with two primal essences? Was there such a person in this world? If the person who saved me today was him, I would probably be very touched, and even disregard everything else, and be willing to try dating him? Luo Qinghan sighed in her heart. It was a pity that it was not him. In that moment of life and death, when she had first seen the person who had appeared and thought that it was Zhou Donghuang, she had even felt that her past persistence was so laughable. Of course, it was only for a moment. After confirming that the person was not Zhou Donghuang, Luo Qinghan's heart, which had just melted a little, froze again. The young man in white, wearing the devil mask, nodded at Luo Qinghan. You are also a disciple of the Alliance of the Hungliu Galaxy? Participating in this alliance hunt? Yes. Luo Qinghan nodded in response. At the same time, she thought to herself, as expected. This young man in white, who had mastered the legendary technique of Dharma power control, was indeed not from the Hungliu Galaxy. It was highly likely that he had come from a larger, more prosperous galaxy and had mistakenly entered the Guiyao planet. In the entire Hungliu Galaxy, there had never been a Dharma adept who had mastered Dharma power control. Since I've saved you today, it can be considered that we are fated. Next, I'll help you. The white-clothed youth's voice was still deep and hoarse. I am already unable to repay young master's life-saving grace. How could I dare to trouble young master again? Luo Qinghan declined. Our meeting can be considered a kind of fate. Based on this fate, I intend to finish what I started and help you to the end. The white-robed youth insisted. Thank you, young master. Sensing the other party's determination, Luo Qinghan also realized that there was no point in refusing him. As she thanked him profusely, she asked, My name is Luo Qinghan. How should I address you, young master? Zhuge Haotian. The white-robed youth said. So it's young master Zhuge. Luo Qinghan bowed slightly in greeting. The white-robed youth, who called himself Zhuge Haotian, was naturally Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang had arrived a long time ago. He hid in the shadows and watched the situation unfold. It was only when he saw Mo Tian attack Luo Qinghan and the two Tiansong sect disciples arrived that he showed himself. Of course, when he showed himself, he specially wore a devil mask. As for the robe that he was wearing, he did not deliberately change it. This was because he would change into a white robe every few days. In his space ring, there were no less than 1,000 white robes of different styles. These were all prepared for him by his mother, Lin Lan, before he left the Ziyun planet. On this trip to the Guiyao planet, he had already changed into no less than 10 sets of white robes. As for the reason for wearing the devil mask, there were two. One of the reasons was to not implicate Luo Qinghan. Once he showed himself and killed Mo Tian and the rest of the Tiansong sect, even if no one knew that he had killed Mo Tian and the rest, The Tiansong sect disciples who had left earlier would know that Mo Tian had encountered Luo Qinghan and wanted to deal with her. It would be very difficult for him to kill all of those Tiansong sect disciples. And once there were any who escaped, they would definitely inform the Tiansong sect leader about Mo Tian's encounter with Luo Qinghan. Moreover, Luo Qinghan was unharmed, and this would definitely cause trouble for Luo Qinghan. Therefore, he chose to show himself as a stranger and purposely let the two Tiansong sect disciples go so that they could leak the news after the alliance hunt ended. As for now, even if the two of them wanted to leak the news, there was nothing they could do. This was because before the alliance hunt ended, the formation that enveloped the Guiyao planet would restrict the alliance disciples from leaving. This was to prevent the alliance disciples from giving up halfway, and at the same time, to prevent the alliance disciples from making any noise. Since they were going to train the alliance disciples, they naturally had to simulate an absolutely dangerous situation. As for the other reason why Zhou Dongwang wore the devil mask, it was to help Luo Qinghan and even teach her high-level technique. With Luo Qinghan's temper, he really did not know how to persuade her, so he could only resort to this. She was unwilling to accept the techniques that Zhou Dongwang had given her, but that did not mean that she would be unwilling to accept the techniques that Zhuge Haotian had given her. As for the name Zhuge Haotian, it was the name that Zhou Dongwang had taken from his biological parents. His biological father's name was Zhou Haotian, and his biological mother's name was Zhuge Jing. With Zhou Dongwang's pseudonym Zhuge Haotian by her side to help, the rest of Luo Qinghan's journey became much easier. All the beasts that they met along the way were easily killed. Sir Zhuge, I only want the heads of early and mid-Dharma beasts. You can keep the bodies of the other beasts for yourself, Luo Qinghan said. However, Zhou Dongwang only took the bodies of ultimate Dharma beasts. He could not be bothered to take the bodies of the other beasts. Under such circumstances, Luo Qinghan had no choice but to take them. Of course, she knew that even if she took the bodies of late Dharma beasts, she would not be able to accumulate points. This was because she did not have the ability to defeat late Dharma beasts. Mid-Dharma beasts, on the other hand, could be defeated or even killed. Too similar. Along the way, Luo Qinghan realized that the figure of the young man in white in front of her was too similar to that man. It even gave her the illusion that he was that man. However, every time she saw his flying beast Dharma power, she felt as if she had woken up from a dream. He was not that man. His name was Zhuge Haotian, not Zhou Dongwang. For an entire month, without knowing Zhou Dongwang's true identity, Luo Qinghan spent all her time with Zhou Dongwang. Even though she tried to control herself, faced with such an outstanding young talent who cared for her so much, she could not help but feel a little move. Of course, this trace of affection was buried in the depths of her heart. She always remembered that in this lifetime, even if she wanted to find a man, it could only be that man. She could not be close to any other man. Even if he was more outstanding than that man, it would still be the same. We will be parting tomorrow. Zhou Dongwang looked at Luo Qinghan and sighed. His voice was still low and hoarse. And I plan to leave the Guiyao planet and even the Hongliu galaxy after you all leave. Although she was already mentally prepared, upon hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, Luo Qinghan's heart could not help but tremble slightly. A trace of guilt flashed across her eyes. Will we meet again? Luo Qinghan also sighed softly. Perhaps. Zhou Dongwang smiled, and with a flick of his finger, a space ring appeared. Before we part, let me give you a gift. I only have one request. After we part, you can use your blood to bind this space ring to its owner and see what's inside. Sir Zhuge, you have helped me too much. I cannot accept this gift no matter what. Luo Qinghan shook her head resolutely. Over the past month, the more she interacted with him, the more she realized how terrifying the young man before her was. The time that the young man before her had given her guidance was not even 1/100th of the time that her grandmother had given her, but the help he had given her was even greater than the guidance her grandmother had given her. It had a profound impact, and she felt as if she had been enlightened. She had already guessed that this Sir Juga in front of her must have a very terrifying background, perhaps even standing at the peak of the boundless universe. This gift may be an opportunity for us to meet again in the future. Are you sure you won't accept it? Zhou Dongwang looked at Luo Qinghan deeply, and his deep gaze caused Luo Qinghan's heart to tremble. She hesitated for a moment, to accept it or not. If she did not accept it, she might not be able to see this person again. If she accepted it, there was hope that they would meet again. In the end, another white figure flashed across Luo Qinghan's mind. His handsome face flashed across her mind, and her gaze became extremely determined. Sir Juga, I still can't accept you. At this moment, Luo Qinghan did not realize that the white-robed young man before her, who called himself Zhuge Haotian, had a look of relief in his eyes the moment she firmly rejected him. If you don't accept it, then let it fall to this land and wait for the fated one. Zhou Dongwang flicked his finger, and the space ring floated in front of Luo Qinghan. Then, with a shake of his body, the flying beast Dharma power appeared again, and his entire person seemed to have transformed into a bird. He flapped his wings and left at lightning speed, disappearing before Luo Qinghan's eyes in the blink of an eye. Seeing the space ring in front of her lose the support of her inner yuan and slowly fall to the ground, Luo Qinghan was in a daze. She let out a long sigh, and finally, with a helpless expression, she reached out and took the space ring. How am I supposed to repay this kindness? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you in the future. Even if I see you, I'll keep my distance. In this lifetime, I've already been marked by someone else. Either I get along with him, or I die alone. Chapter 279. What a stubborn girl, but with my plan, even if she doesn't want to accept it, she will have no choice but to accept it. After parting ways with Luo Qinghan, the young man in white took off his mask, revealing a handsome and charismatic face. It was Zhou Dongwang. Tomorrow was the day when the array above the Guiyao planet would open, and the disciples of the various sects who participated in the alliance hunt would leave the Guiyao planet. They would hand in the heads of the beasts they had hunted, and the results would be tallied. In order to avoid exposing his identity, he naturally had to separate from Luo Qinghan a day earlier. Although she would accept the space ring that I gave her in the end, with her personality, I don't think she would touch the things inside. Fortunately, I had already guessed this and left a message inside so that she would have no choice but to accept what I gave her. As he muttered to himself, Zhou Dongwang's face was full of confidence. He then found a secluded place and changed out of the white clothes that he had worn for a month. In the past month, he had not changed out of his clothes precisely to avoid exposing his identity in front of Luo Qinghan. Otherwise, he would have changed out of his clothes many times. As a martial adept, he was impervious to heat and cold, and his robes would not be stained with sweat or dirty. Many martial adepts did not even change their robes for many years. However, he had stayed on Earth for a period of time. When he was on Earth, he bathed and changed his clothes every day. Because of this, he had to change his clothes every few days after he left Earth in his previous life. His mother, Lin Lan, had noticed this, so she had prepared a large batch of clothes for him before he left the Ziyun planet. Not long after Zhou Dongwang left, Luo Qinghan found a secluded place to claim the space ring that Zhou Dongwang had given her. Of course, in her eyes, this space ring had been given to her by the masked Zhuge Haotian, whom she had just met a month ago. Now that she had claimed ownership of the space ring, she was worried that she would lose it in the future. She had already decided that no matter what Zhuge Haotian had left for her, she would not touch it. If there was a chance in the future, she would return it to him and then leave. She would not be entangled with him, and she would not give him any hope. The two of them could not have a relationship. In the past month, it was not difficult for her to realize that Zhou Donghuang's concern for her had completely exceeded that of a new acquaintance. If he had known her in the past, it would have been fine, but the problem was that the two of them did not know each other in the past. Therefore, even if she was not narcissistic, she could not help but guess that the other party had most likely developed feelings for her. She was indebted to the other party, so she didn't want him to get involved. This is, although Luo Qinghan could sense that the things that Zhou Donghuang had left behind for her were not simple, she was still shocked when she inadvertently took a look inside the space ring. A large number of superior-grade spirit stones were piled up like a small hill. Other than that, there were also pill bottles arranged neatly. She didn't even need to open the pill bottles to guess that the pills inside were extraordinary. In addition, there was a stack of papers and a separate piece of paper on one side. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qinghan took out a piece of paper that had been placed aside. She realized that it was a letter that the other party had left for her at some point in time. I, Zhuge Haotian, have appeared on the Guiyao planet of the Honglio galaxy, because an elder in my clan, who is able to see through the secrets of heaven, helped me pry into the secrets of heaven. He said that he found out that I will face a great tribulation of life and death in the future, and I need someone to help me resolve this tribulation. As for who the person was, he only said a few words. Honglio Galaxy, Guiyao Planet, a hero saving a damsel in distress. At first, I didn't understand what he meant. It was only after I suddenly saw a signal flare on this Guiyao planet that I went there out of curiosity. When I saw that you were in danger of death, I knew that you were the person that I was looking for on this trip to the Guiyao planet of the Honglio Galaxy. The medicinal pills and spirit stones in this spatial ring, as well as the cultivation technique, are all for you. Don't feel like you owe me anything, because I'm giving you these things to save myself. In the future, I'll be counting on you to save my life. Apart from these words, the rest of the letter was an introduction to the pills in the various pill bottles. So that's how it is, Luo Qinghan smiled bitterly. Now, she finally understood why Zhuge Haotian would care and take care of her so much. It turned out that everything was because of the words of the elder in his clan who was able to see through the secrets of heaven, and he had determined that she was the person who would help him resolve the danger of death in the future. To think that I thought that he was interested in me, but I was overthinking it. Thinking of this, Luo Qinghan could not help but feel a little awkward, and she subconsciously laughed at herself. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qinghan picked up the stack of papers in the space ring. On them were the techniques that the elder had left for her. At first, it was fine, as she only felt that this technique was better than the one that she was currently practicing. However, as she read, she could not help but gasp. This is actually a deity-level technique. In the past, when Zhou Donghuang had gone to the Luo family to propose marriage, the deity-level technique of everlasting youth, that he had given her father as a betrothal gift had already shocked her. She had not expected that a person from a backward planet like the Ziyun planet would be able to produce a technique that was close to the top in the universe. And now, the technique in her hands was called the Thousand-Star Sword Technique, and it was a deity-level technique. As long as one's talent was not too low, and as long as one did not die prematurely, one could practice it all the way to the deity's tribulation stage. The deity's tribulation stage represented the pinnacle of martial adept. Upon entering the deity's tribulation stage, one would face the heavenly tribulation of becoming a god. If one could pass it, one could ascend to the legendary divine realm. If one could not pass it, one would die and vanish from this world. A deity-level technique is the top technique in the universe. Usually, only those who stand at the top of the universe have such a legacy. That young man in white named Zhuge Haotian, who is he? He actually left such a technique for me so casually. Luo Qinghan had previously doubted the authenticity of Zhuge Haotian's message. But now, after confirming that the technique in her hands was called the Thousand-Star Sword Technique, was a deity-level technique, her previous doubts were completely dispelled. In a situation where he might be rejected, why would someone give her a deity-level technique in order to woo her and please her? Furthermore, this was in a situation where the other party was completely unaware of her character. One had to know that giving away this deity-level technique was like pouring water out of a basin. What was done could not be taken back. In a short month of interaction, no one dared to say that they could completely see through a person's character. What kind of person is he? He actually came to the Guiyao planet of the Honglio galaxy just for a so-called heavenly secret that is still uncertain, and he even gave me a deity-level technique. It seems that the elder in his tribe who can see through heavenly secret must have been very accurate. Otherwise, he would not be so concerned about it. Luo Qinghan was in a dilemma. Originally, she had already made up her mind not to take anything from him, but she did not expect that he would leave such a message for her. It was as if he was forcing her to accept all of this. If she did not accept it, she might not be able to help him resolve a life-and-death crisis in the future. Forget it. Perhaps there really is a heavenly secret. Otherwise, why would he give me a deity tribulation level cultivation technique? I will accept everything that he has given me. In the future, if there is anything that I can help him with, I will do my best, even if I have to go through fire and water. Luo Qinghan was very clear about what the deity-level technique that he had given her meant to her. It was a great opportunity that could change her fate. At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from the sky, echoing throughout the entire Guiyao planet. After 20 hours, the formation will be activated. You can come out at that time. Let me remind you that you must come out no later than 46 hours. If you continue to stay in there for more than 46 hours, your results in the Alliance hunt will be revoked. This voice was amplified by the chain of matrices that covered the Guiyao planet. At the same time, it reached the ears of all the disciples on the Guiyao planet. In an instant, the disciples of the Alliance knew that they did not have much time left. They had to make good use of the remaining 24 hours to kill as many beasts as possible and cut off their heads to accumulate points for this Alliance hunt. This voice was heard by both Zhou Dongwang and Luo Qinghan. Zhou Dongwang walked casually, attacking any ultimate Dharma beasts he encountered. As for the other beasts, as long as they did not provoke him, he did not even bother to attack. In the remaining 24 hours, if I do not meet Third Senior Sister and Zhuang, the heads of the mid-Dharma beasts that I have collected previously will be destroyed. If he did not meet He Mingxi and Zhuang before leaving the Guiyao planet, he would not be able to hand over his space ring to them after leaving. This was not allowed by the rules of the Alliance hunt. This was because after leaving, he would have to hand over his spoils of battle immediately. Furthermore, he would be isolated and would not be allowed to interact with those who had just come out. He could only interact with those who had also handed over their spoils of battle. The reason why there was such a rule was to prevent a group of disciples from a certain sect from concentrating their few spoils of war on a single person to fulfill that person's wish. On the other side, in the remaining time, Luo Qinghan found a secluded place and took out the deity-level technique, Thousand-Star Sword Technique, to memorize it. She planned to memorize it completely before leaving and then destroy the stack of paper that recorded it. Otherwise, she would not be able to rest easy. This was a deity-level technique. She did not feel safe when it was placed on her in the form of paper. In fact, she felt stifled and suffocated. 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the disciples of the various sects who were participating in the Alliance hunt on the Guiyao planet also began to leave. Many of them felt that even if they continued to hunt for beasts in the remaining 4 to 6 hours, it would be difficult to achieve anything. Since this was the case, they might as well leave earlier. Chapter 280. There's still an hour left, let's go out. As the deadline neared, there was still an hour to go, and Zhou Donghuang still had not met either He Mingxi or De Zhuang. He immediately realized that the chances of meeting either of them in the next hour were close to zero. Perhaps the two of them had already gone out. As he thought of this, he did not intend to stay any longer. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flew out of the Guiyao planet. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of the formation. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was also quarantined in an area. Those who have just come out, stand over here, then, report your name and the sect you belong to, and hand over your space ring for safekeeping. Those who had come out had to hand over the space ring that contained the brains of the beasts they had hunted. Before they had set off, the Lightning Sword sect leader had given each of the 40 people, including Duan Ling Tian, a space ring that required a drop of blood to be recognized as its owner. Now, Zhou Donghuang and the others had handed over their space rings, and those who had taken their space rings were temporarily unable to open them. Zhou Donghuang, disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. Zhou Donghuang and a few others stood together, and a middle-aged man collected their space rings and recorded their information. When it was his turn, he opened his mouth and immediately attracted the attention of a group of people around him. He's Zhou Donghuang? There were a total of 52 sects in the alliance. Other than the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, the Tiansong sect, the Yunhua sect, and the Jihan sect, the disciples of the other sects who had come to participate in the alliance hunt did not recognize Zhou Donghuang. Because of this, Zhou Donghuang's appearance earlier had not caused much of a commotion. Now, hearing him report his name and sect, the eyes of the crowd immediately fell on him. Even the other people in charge of registration were no exception. He looks so young. This Zhou Donghuang seems to be only 26 years old now, right? Yes. 2 years ago, he was already famous in the various sects of the Alliance. Even the 2 transcendental forces in the Honglio galaxy have his name. 24 years old, a mid-Dharma adept who has mastered the Dharma body integration. Now, 2 years later, his ability must be even stronger. In the Honglio galaxy, no one below the late Dharma stage can be his match. The surrounding crowd whispered to each other. However, among this group of people, there was one person who recognized Zhou Donghuang. He was a disciple of the Yunhua sect, and when he heard the people around him say that Zhou Donghuang would be hard-pressed to find a match for anyone below the late Dharma stage, and that they still treated Zhou Donghuang as a mid-Dharma adept, he could not help but interrupt. I'm afraid you guys don't know yet, but Zhou Donghuang has already entered the late Dharma stage. Naturally, his words caused quite a commotion. Zhou Donghuang, who was publicly acknowledged as a martial arts genius of the Lightning Sword sect that only appeared once every few hundred years, had actually entered the late Dharma stage in just 2 years? This cultivation speed is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Reaching the mid-Dharma stage at the age of 24 is already shocking enough. Reaching the late Dharma stage at the age of 26? Not only were the disciples of the various sects shocked, but even the higher-ups of the various sects who were in charge of collecting the space rings of the various sects were shocked as well. They all looked at Zhou Donghuang in shock. Seeing this, the Yunhua sect disciple seemed to be very satisfied, and he dropped another bombshell. There's one more thing that you guys probably don't know yet. Emoitian, the number 1 of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, and a late Dharma adept who has mastered Dharma body integration, sparred with Zhou Donghuang the day before this alliance hunt. After successfully attracting the attention of the crowd, he continued. Zhou Donghuang allowed Emoitian 3 moves, but Emoitian was not able to hurt Zhou Donghuang at all. After the 3 moves, Zhou Donghuang defeated Emoitian with 1 move. Hiss, 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 hiss. As the Yunhua sect disciple finished speaking, the crowd unsurprisingly gasped. Everyone looked at Zhou Donghuang once again, and the shock on their faces grew even more intense. They knew who Emoitian was. He was the number one of the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, and he was very famous among the various sects of the alliance. However, such a person had been defeated by Zhou Donghuang, a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect? I should be able to leave now, right? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang looked at the middle-aged man who had recorded his name and sect, as well as received his space ring. Ah, yes. The middle-aged man quickly recovered from his shock and nodded hurriedly. Seeing this, Zhou Donghuang left. As soon as Zhou Donghuang left, the crowd immediately turned to look at him. Who would have thought that Emoitian, who was reported dead just 48 hours ago, would have been defeated by him so badly? What bad luck! Before entering the Guiyao planet, he was tortured while he was still alive, and once he entered the Guiyao planet, he was immediately killed. The higher-ups of the sects who were responsible for recording the names of the people who came out and collecting the space rings shook their heads and sighed. As soon as he said this, the crowd of Alliance disciples who had just come out suddenly narrowed their eyes. Emoitian is dead? My God! That Emoitian was a late Dharma adept and had mastered the Dharma body integration technique. With the ultimate Dharma spirit weapon, it was not difficult for him to kill the ultimate Dharma beasts on the Guiyao planet. He actually died in there? Could it be that he was surrounded and killed by a few ultimate Dharma beasts? Even Emoitian died in there. If I were to come out alive, wouldn't I have to kowtow and thank God for his mercy? Brother Donghuang is back. After Zhou Donghuang saw the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, from afar, he walked towards him. At this time, most of the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect had already returned, and when the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect saw him, their eyes lit up. As expected, Zhou Donghuang's return attracted the attention of everyone in the Lightning Sword sect. Just as Zhou Donghuang had guessed, be it he Mengshi or Dezhuang, both of them had already come out. Sect leader. After returning to the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang first greeted Yu Yuqing. Yu Yuqing looked at him with a smile. Zhou Donghuang, did you have a good haul this time? It was not too bad. Zhou Donghuang nodded. His expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. Seeing Zhou Donghuang's expression, Yu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly guessed, could it be that Zhou Donghuang was unlucky inside, and did not encounter many ultimate Dharma beasts? In the alliance hunt, ability was important, but luck was also very important. Walking past Yu Yuqing, Zhou Donghuang greeted the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, and then nodded at the other three valley heads who were looking at him. He then went to look for He Mingxi and Dezhuang. Little brother, why did you come out so late? Was your luck that bad? He Mingxi subconsciously thought so, because she felt that if he was lucky, a day more or less would not make much of a difference in the 3 months. With her little brother's ability, if it was not for the fact that his tone was so bad, how could he have guessed it so late? Even the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, had guessed that Zhou Donghuang had been unlucky and had not managed to kill many ultimate Dharma beasts when he had heard Zhou Donghuang say the word, not too bad. A large part of the reason was because he had guessed it so late. Hearing He Mingxi's words, Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly. I just wanted to wait and see if I could meet you and Dezhuang on the last day. I didn't think that you would come out first. Meet us. He Mingxi was confused. I also killed many mid-Dharma beasts and collected their brains to give them to you, but I didn't think that you would come out first, Zhou Donghuang said. Unexpectedly, hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, He Mingxi said nonchalantly, it's just the brains of mid-Dharma beasts, it's nothing. One brain can only accumulate 10 points, and only 10 of them can be compared to one brain of a late Dharma beast. From what third sister said, it seems like we had a good harvest this time. Zhou Dongwang smiled and asked, "Third sister, how many beasts did you kill? Allow us to keep you in suspense for a while." He Mingshi laughed and said, "De Zhuang and I have agreed that all of our spoils will be given to me alone, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to get first place. When that time comes, you will definitely get the sky sun fruit that you want, little junior brother." He Mingshi's words made Zhou Donghuang's heart tremble, and he could not help but feel touched. "You didn't have to do this." Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Actually, my harvest was not bad either." He knew that this time, De Zhuang would definitely not be able to get any point. All of his spoils had been given to third sister, and now that he had also handed over his space ring, even if the two of them wanted to redistribute the spoils, it would be impossible. De Zhuang and I often split up to hunt beasts, and our luck is not bad. He Mingshi smiled and said, "Your harvest alone is definitely not as good as ours. With both of our spoils combined, unless someone is extremely lucky, otherwise, there's almost no doubt who will win." In the alliance hunt, everyone wanted to be at the top of the leaderboard. Therefore, other than a small number of ultimate Dharma adepts, the rest of the people, even if they were to hunt beasts with others on the Guiyao planet, could not possibly hand over all of their spoils to each other. He Mingshi and De Zhuang's situation was extremely rare. One had to know that the final ranking of the alliance hunt was extremely important to everyone. Even if they did not receive any rewards at the time, they would still be able to use their results in the future to purchase some precious elixirs from the alliance headquarters, and those elixirs were limited to the number of people who could purchase them. No matter how many points one obtained in the alliance hunt, one could only purchase one bottle or one pill from the alliance headquarters. Because of this, even among ultimate Dharma adepts, there were not many who would be willing to give away their spoils of battle. Chapter 281. "Oh yes, little brother." Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, He Mingshi said to Zhou Donghuang with a serious expression, 22 days ago, among the disciples of the various sects who participated in the alliance hunt, the first 2 disciples who came out were from the Tiansong sect. After they came out, they brought back a piece of news. Mo Tian is dead. When he heard He Mingshi's first sentence, Zhou Donghuang had already guessed what she was going to say. After all, he had killed Mo Tian with his own hand. There was another early Dharma Tiansong sect disciple who was killed with Mo Tian. He Mingshi said. The 2 Tiansong sect disciples said that the person's figure and attire were very similar to yours. He was also dressed in white, but he wore a devil mask. If that person had not shown his Dharma power, they would have thought that it was you. At this point, He Mingshi looked at Zhou Donghuang, and her gaze suddenly became a little strange. They said that the person's Dharma power was a flying beast Dharma power that seemed to be burning with flames, and that he had mastered Dharma power control. Dharma power control. In the history of the Honglio galaxy, there seemed to be no such existence. However, in the current generation of the Honglio galaxy, she did not know about others, but she knew that there were 3 people who had mastered Dharma power control. One of them was her little brother Zhou Donghuang, and the other 2 were her and De Zhuang. Although she and De Zhuang had switched to different techniques, they were both deities' tribulation technique. Once they switched and tempered their Dharma power slightly, their Dharma power would be tempered to the extreme, and they would be able to use the legendary technique of Dharma power control. Of course, so far, she and De Zhuang did not even dare to use the Dharmic possession technique in front of others, much less Dharma power control. Once they used it, people would definitely suspect that they had obtained a heaven-defying technique, and it would bring them disaster. After all, many people in the Lightning Sword sect knew how strong they were in the past. Little brother, if not for the fact that your Dharma power was different from that person's, I could not help but suspect that that person was you. He Mingshi said softly. Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly and did not respond. He knew that his third senior sister would definitely suspect him, but she would definitely dispel that thought. After all, when he had killed Mo Etienne, he had used the vermilion bird Dharma power that he had never used before. It was also the vermilion bird Dharma power that had only recently broken through to the late Dharma stage during the Alliance hunt. At this point, out of his 4 divine beast Dharma powers, 3 of them had already entered the late Dharma stage. Only the black tortoise Dharma form had yet to break through. Once his black tortoise Dharma power had a breakthrough, he could then begin to break through to the ultimate Dharma stage. Before that, even if he wanted to break through to the ultimate Dharma stage, he would not be able to do so. This was because only when all 4 of the Dharma powers had reached the late Dharma stage would he be able to advance further. This was no different from when he was at the primal core stage in the past. What's the reaction of the Tiansong sect so far? Zhou Donghuang asked. After all, this concerned Luo Qinghan, so he could not help but ask. The Tiansong sect leader flew into a rage on the spot and wanted to bring people into the Guiyao planet to search for the person who killed his disciple. This is because, be it him or the other sect leaders, they all suspect that the person is not from the Honglio galaxy, but someone who accidentally appeared on the Guiyao planet. Because his level of practice has not reached the primordial soul stage, the 3 mid-divine transformation elders did not discover any traces of him. He Mingshi said. However, because the Alliance hunt has not officially ended, the 3 mid-divine transformation elders did not allow the Tiansong sect leader to enter at this time. They only allowed him to enter after the Alliance hunt had ended. However, before that, they have already sent many people to be scattered around the Guiyao planet. If anyone tries to take advantage of the situation and leave, the higher-ups of the various sects will act to capture them. This is also to prevent Mo Etienne's murderer from leaving. This time, Mo Etienne's death is suspected to have been caused by a martial adept outside the Alliance. As the higher-ups of the Alliance, the 3 elders are very concerned about this. Now, the people of the Lightning Sword sect are here. The sect leader, my father, and the rest are also in charge of monitoring this area. If anyone tries to take advantage of the situation to leave, they will act to stop them. At this point, He Mingshi glanced at the Lightning Sword sect leader and her father, and then at the other 3 valley heads of the 4 valleys of the inner sect. Senior sister, could it be that someone from one of the sects of the Alliance acted because they saw that there was trouble? De Zhuang asked, scratching the back of his head. Impossible. He Mingshi shook her head. If it was someone from one of the sects of the Alliance, even if they had the ability to save Luo Qinghan, they could not have killed Mo Etienne. Everyone in the sects of the Alliance knows that Mo Etienne is the favorite of the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanxiu. Killing Mo Etienne is no different from killing his son. No one is willing to bear the wrath of the Tiansong sect leader. Furthermore, even if he was from one of the sects of the Alliance, after killing Mo Etienne and the other Tiansong sect disciple, he would definitely not let the other 2 Tiansong sect disciples go. Luo Qinghan, as the victim, could keep his secret, but the other 2 Tiansong sect disciples could not. Most importantly, that person has mastered the technique of Dharma power control. In the history of the Honglio galaxy, I have never heard of a Dharma adept who has mastered Dharma power control. Of course, we don't count. As she spoke the last sentence, He Mingshi once again lowered her voice to a whisper like that of a mosquito. Only Zhou Donghuang and De Zhuang, who were standing close to her, could hear her. Putting everything together, we can conclude that that person must have come from outside the Honglio galaxy. Furthermore, he may have a powerful background. At this point, He Mingshi's eyes narrowed slightly. The 3 elders have already spoken to the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanxiu. If that person is just a non-affiliated practitioner, then it is fine. If that person has a powerful background, even if he killed Mo Etienne, the Tiansong sect will not be allowed to take revenge. The Alliance will not allow the Tiansong sect to take revenge. He Mingxi glanced at Zhou Donghuang. Not every Dharma adept who has mastered the technique of Dharma power control has had such a miraculous encounter as you, little junior brother. If this kind of person is not a non-affiliated practitioner, he must have a powerful entity behind him, or a powerful sect or a powerful family behind him. The Tiansong sect cannot afford to offend such an existence, and neither can the Alliance. Even the two strongest transcendental forces of the Hongliu galaxy cannot afford to offend such an existence. An existence like that can easily destroy the Tiansong sect and even the Alliance. Zhou Donghuang had not expected that wearing a mask and using the vermilion bird Dharma power would cause such a series of effects. However, from the looks of it, everything had been settled. As for what happened to Luo Qinghan after she came out, he was not worried. Luo Qinghan was a victim. Furthermore, before he parted ways with her, he had already taught her what to say when they got out. The Tiansong sect leader could not possibly vent his anger on her. Sect leader Yu. A middle-aged man dressed in gray rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the lightning sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing. The three deputy alliance leaders have ordered that each sect leave 2 primordial soul adepts behind to keep watch. If anyone tries to leave the Guiyao planet, they must be captured, but they are not to be harmed. As for the various sect leaders and their Dharma disciples, they are to head south to announce the final results and rankings of the alliance hunt. Sect leader Yu, please make the arrangements. I still have to inform the other sect leaders, so I'll make a move first. The middle-aged man in gray rushed over and left in a hurry. After he left, Yu Yuqing immediately gave orders for the Summer Valley Head and Winter Valley Head to stand guard over the area. He brought the Spring Valley Head, Autumn Valley Head, and a group of Dharma disciples to the south to meet up with the various sect leaders and Dharma disciples to announce the final results and rankings of the alliance hunt. Little junior brother, am I right? When the time is up, someone will inform us to go over. He Mingxi smiled as she looked at Zhou Donghuang. Long before the middle-aged man in gray appeared, the alliance hunt was about to end, and the various sects were still scattered all over the Guiyao planet. Zhou Donghuang could not help but wonder how the Dharma disciples of the various sects were going to take out their trophies and announce the final results and rankings of the alliance hunt. At that time, He Mingxi had said that someone would inform them to go over. Now, that person had indeed come. As Zhou Donghuang, He Mingxi, and Zhuang followed the Lightning Sword sect's large group south, they soon saw a large group of people gathering in the distance. There were at least a few hundred people. Furthermore, the number was still increasing. When Zhou Donghuang and the rest of the Lightning Sword sect arrived, there were already more than 1,000 people. Tiansong sect leader. Zhou Donghuang casually scanned his surroundings and quickly saw the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanqiu, standing not far away. He was leading a group of people from the Tiansong sect, standing in the distance. His originally benevolent face was now extremely gloomy. Among the group of people from the Tiansong sect, he saw the 2 people he had intentionally let off a month ago on the Guiyao planet. Sect leader, the people from the Jihan sect are here. Just as Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the group of people from the Tiansong sect, a disciple of the Tiansong sect looked into the distance and exclaimed to the sect leader, Huang Chuanqiu. Hearing this, Huang Chuanqiu's gaze instantly flashed like lightning. At this time, Zhou Donghuang also saw the group of people from the Jihan sect, led by the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping, in a grandiose manner. Luo Qinghan, who had always been at the back of the Jihan sect group, was now following closely behind Meng Yuping. Luo Qinghan. Huang Chuanqiu stepped out into the air like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of the group of people from the Jihan sect in the blink of an eye, blocking Meng Yuping's path of retreat. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Luo Qinghan, who was behind Meng Yuping. Who was the person who killed my disciple, Mo Tian? Huang Chuanxiu asked in a low voice. Sect leader Huang, don't forget in front of your disciple, Mo Tian, who is the victim here. Although Meng Yuping and Huang Chuanxiu were old acquaintances and had a friendly relationship, in this matter, her disciple of the Jihan sect had almost been humiliated, and this made her very angry. Her tone was unfriendly, and it was obvious that she no longer cared about her friendship with Huang Chuanxiu. Chapter 282. When the two Tiansong sect disciples came out that day, they did not say what Mo Tian had done. They only said that Mo Tian had asked them to leave, and that other than Mo Tian and Yuan Jing, the Jihan sect disciple, Luo Qinghan, was also present. However, based on what the other Tiansong sect disciples who had been persuaded to leave by Mo Tian had said, it was not hard to imagine what had happened. Mo Tian and Yuan Jing must have wanted to cause trouble for Luo Qinghan. As for the details, some Tiansong sect disciples knew, but did not dare to say it. However, even if they did not say it, any normal person could guess that Mo Tian and Yuan Jing wanted to harm Luo Qinghan. As for the person who had killed Mo Tian and Yuan Jing, that young man in white and wearing a devil mask, he must have wanted to save the damsel in distress. That was why he had acted angrily to help Luo Qinghan. In the entire matter, Luo Qinghan was the victim. To put it bluntly, even if Mo Tian and Yuan Jing were dead, they deserved to die. However, because the Tiansong sect disciples did not dare to say anything, Tiansong sect leader Huang Chuanxiu had insisted that his disciple, Mo Tian, would at most discuss the way of Dharma power training with Luo Qinghan, and would not do anything bad to her. However, everyone knew that he was trying to cover it up. Sect leader Meng, I was too impatient. Faced with Meng Yuping's rebuke, Huang Chuanxiu naturally realized that it was wrong of him to target Luo Qinghan like this. He hurriedly lowered his voice and said slowly, Sect leader Meng, I would like to ask your disciple, Luo Qinghan, about the person who killed my disciple, Mo Tian. I wonder if it is convenient? Seeing that Huang Chuanxiu had lowered his stance, Meng Yuping naturally could not continue to give him a hard time. After all, they were still friends, so she immediately called out to Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan, tell sect leader Meng everything you know. Do not hide anything. In fact, on the way here, Meng Yuping had already heard Luo Qinghan mention the ins and outs of the matter and knew what Mo Tian wanted to do. At that moment, not only were most of the Jihan sect female disciples furious, even she, the sect leader of the Jihan sect, was also holding back her anger. She cursed that Mo Tian in his heart for dying. It was also because of this that when the Tiansong sect leader Huang Chuanxiu had been so overbearing just now, she did not care about their friendship and retorted back forcefully. Yes, sovereign. Luo Qinghan responded and walked out. She looked at Huang Chuanxiu and said, Sect leader Huang, a month ago, I met your disciple, Yuan Jing, on the Guiyao planet. When Huang Chuanxiu saw that Luo Qinghan seemed to be about to tell him everything that had happened, his expression changed. He quickly interrupted Luo Qinghan. You don't have to go into detail about everything that happened. Luo Qinghan looked like she was about to tell him everything that had happened. Just tell me everything you know about the person who killed my disciple, Mo Tian. What a joke. Currently, the people present included more than 10 sects of the Alliance. If Luo Qinghan were to reveal the things that his disciple Mo Tian had done, even if his disciple Mo Tian was dead, he would still be looked down upon and scolded by others. Humph! Sect leader Meng Yuping of the Jihan sect, who had seen through Huang Chuanxiu's thoughts, snorted coldly. However, in consideration of the friendship between the two of them, she did not expose Huang Chuanxiu. Luo Qinghan, just tell me what you know about that person. Yes, sect leader. Luo Qinghan answered again. At this time, Huang Chuanxiu also looked at Meng Yuping with gratitude and guilt, then looked back at Luo Qinghan. And now, everyone present, including the 3 mid-divine transformation adepts of the Alliance, who were also the 3 deputy leaders of the Alliance, turned their attention to Luo Qinghan. They already knew that Mo Tian, the disciple of the Tiansong sect leader Huang Chuanxiu, had been killed. At this moment they were all curious. What kind of person was the person who had killed Mo Tian? I don't know much about that person. Luo Qinghan was not the least bit afraid of Huang Chuanxiu's gaze, which seemed to be able to see through everything. She stared back at him and said slowly, "After he killed Mo Tian and saved me, he asked me why there were so many people on the Guiyao planet." When he heard Luo Qinghan say that the person had saved her, Huang Chuanxiu frowned. Wasn't this indirectly implying that his disciple, Mo Tian, had harmed her? However, Luo Qinghan had already spoken, and he could not change her mind. He could only give Luo Qinghan a warning look. Luo Qinghan's gaze was as calm as ever, as if she did not notice Huang Chuanxiu's warning look. I told him the reason. Then, he wanted to help me hunt demon beasts and help me accumulate points. But, he was rejected by me. Seeing that I rejected him, he had no intention of leaving and even wanted to follow me. Hearing this, many people nodded to themselves. Most men would not easily leave a beauty like Luo Qinghan after saving the damsel in distress. A fair lady was a gentleman's match. I asked him directly if he was interested in me, and he admitted it. Then, I told him that I was already married. Luo Qinghan said lightly, then he left awkwardly. That's it? Huang Chuanxiu frowned. That's it. Did he take off his mask? Or tell me who he was? He did not have time to tell me, and I rejected him. It had to be said that Luo Qinghan's response to Huang Chuanxiu was flawless, and Huang Chuanxiu could not say anything. He could not possibly say to Luo Qinghan, "Why didn't you calm him down first, get him to take off his mask, and ask him about his background before letting him leave?" One had to know that in the end, Luo Qinghan was the victim in this whole matter. Sect leader Huang. At this time, the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping, who had asked Luo Qinghan to return, looked at Huang Chuanxiu. Based on the current situation, that person of unknown origin should still be on the Guiyao planet. I think, you can take advantage of the fact that the Alliance hunt has not ended to enter the Guiyao planet, to see if you can find that person. Now there are still people from the various sects guarding the planet, making it difficult for him to escape, but once the Alliance hunt ends, I'm afraid that not many people from the sects will be in the mood to help you guard the Guiyao planet and capture that person, right? As she said this, Meng Yuping's gaze became more profound. Hearing this, Huang Chuanxiu's expression changed. He left behind a group of Dharma adepts and brought a few senior members of the Tiansong sect with him as he hurriedly descended from the sky and flew towards the Guiyao planet, preparing to enter it. Elder Qingshan, Elder T. Luo and I will also make a trip to the Guiyao planet to see if we can help the Tiansong sect find that person. I'll have to trouble you here. One of the 3 soul formation mid-stage old men said to the other. Then, he and the remaining elder headed towards the Guiyao planet. They were as fast as the wind, and their speed was far faster than Huang Chuanxiu and the others. He Mingshi whispered to Zhou Donghuang from where the group of people from the Lightning Sword sect was. Those 2 old men are following them in now. I'm sure it's not as simple as helping the Tiansong sect find the person. They're probably worried that the Tiansong sect will kill the person after they find him. If that person has a powerful background and dies here, not only will it bring disaster to the Tiansong sect, but it will also implicate the Alliance. As deputy leaders of the Alliance, this is something they will not allow. The various sects of the Alliance share honor and disgrace. If the Tiansong sect is unlucky, the other sects, including the Lightning Sword sect, will definitely follow suit. He Mingxi's words had hit the nail on the head. Zhou Donghuang nodded, but his gaze was fixed on Luo Qinghan, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Luo Qinghan did not deal with the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanqiu, as he had said. According to him, Zhuge Haotian had followed Luo Qinghan like a pox plaster, helping her kill beasts along the way, so she had accumulated quite a number of points in this alliance hunt. As for those points, even if it was an outsider helping her, it was still useful. Even if it was an outsider, it was not someone above the primordial soul stage, so it did not violate the rules of the alliance hunt. Furthermore, who could be sure that those beasts were not injured by someone who had helped Luo Qinghan and then killed them herself? It was difficult to draw a line in this regard. Because of this, no one had any objections to Luo Qinghan's accumulated points. However, he did not expect that when Luo Qinghan faced Huang Chuanqiu, she would actually change her words. Could it be that she intends to give up the opportunity to rank among the top in this alliance hunt? Zhou Donghuang was clear that since Luo Qinghan had said those words, it was definitely not convenient for her to take out the heads of the beasts that he had helped her kill. This was because once she took them out, the large number of heads would definitely cause people to suspect that the person had helped her. In that case, what she had said before would definitely be suspected by others. It was also because of this that Zhou Donghuang had taught Luo Qinghan to tell Huang Chuanqiu the name of the person, and that the person was from the Zhuge family of a galaxy, and that there was a celestial adept in the family. The Zhuge family that he had mentioned actually existed. It was the family behind his biological mother, Zhuge Jing, and there was indeed a celestial adept in the family. Come to think of it, if Luo Qinghan had told him all this, not just the Tiansong sect leader, but even the 3 mid-divine transformation adepts who were in charge of this alliance hunt would not dare to think of trying to drag the person out of the Guiyao planet. This stubborn girl. Could it be that she thinks that by using the beasts that I have helped her kill to accumulate points, she owes me a favor? And she is not willing to owe me a favor? At this moment, Zhou Donghuang could not help but think of this, and his heart was filled with helplessness. Luo Qinghan naturally noticed that Zhou Donghuang was looking at Luo Qinghan, but after glancing at Zhou Donghuang, she retracted her gaze and sighed in her heart. It's a pity that it's not you. At this moment, even Luo Qinghan herself could not have imagined that she would have such an involuntary thought. Chapter 283. If he knew that after I came out, I did not relay what he said to the others, I'm sure he would feel that it was a waste of time. Luo Qinghan subconsciously glanced at Zhou Donghuang again. They had the exact same build, and were dressed in similar white clothes. She could not help but imagine another white figure appearing in her mind. She imagined Zhou Donghuang wearing the grimacing mask, looking almost exactly like him. Of course, she knew that Zhou Donghuang and Zhuge Haotian were destined to be 2 different people. Zhou Donghuang's direction was the giant tiger Dharma power. Zhuge Haotian's Dharma power was the flying beast Dharma power. The 2 were completely unrelated. I hope that if he knew, he would understand me. Not only do I not want to owe him favors, but I also don't want to tarnish his reputation. Luo Qinghan sighed in her heart. As the 2 mid-divine transformation adepts of the alliance left with the Tiansong sect leader, Huang Chuanqiu, and the others, the remaining mid-divine transformation adept spoke at the right time to attract everyone's attention. I see that the people of the 52 sects of the alliance are almost all here. Next, disciples of the various sects, when you hear the name of your sect, come forward and take out the brains of the beasts in your space rings in front of us. This will make it easier for us to calculate the points and come up with the final rankings. For the beasts on the Guiyao planet, within 3 months of their death, there will still be a trace of restless spirit energy in their brains. After 3 months, the trace of spirit energy in their brains will disappear completely. Therefore, if anyone takes out a space ring that does not contain the unique spirit energy of the Guiyao planet, it means that they have hunted the beasts on the Guiyao planet before the start of the Alliance hunt. This kind of behavior will result in the cancellation of the results. After saying this, the old man's gaze fell on the middle-aged man beside him. Let's begin. Because the rules of the Alliance hunt were already known by the disciples of the various sects, no one would do anything stupid. Even after hearing the old man's words, no one felt guilty. Yes, Deputy Alliance Leader. The middle-aged man was obviously in charge of calculating the results of the Alliance hunt this time. His gaze first fell on the group of people from the nearest sect, and he said in a clear voice, "Now, Dharma disciples of the Luli sect, come forward." The Colored Glass sect, one of the 52 sects of the Alliance, was also one of the top sects in the Hunglio galaxy. This time, out of the 40 Dharma adepts of the Colored Glass sect that had entered the Guiyao planet, only less than 30 of them had made it out alive. As for the other 10 or so, most of them had already perished on the Guiyao planet. The best-case scenario was that they were temporarily trapped for some reason, but the results of this Alliance hunt were destined to be cancelled. After the group of Dharma disciples from the Colored Glass sect stepped forward, someone took out the space rings that they had handed over earlier and allowed them to retrieve the brains of the beast. Then, someone else would be responsible for recording their gains from this trip and converting them into points. 6,812 points. Just as the attention of the people from the various sects was focused on the group of Colored Glass sect disciples, an elder from one of the sects in the Alliance who was in charge of recording couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's the number one among the younger generation of the Colored Glass sect. He's really amazing." 6,812 points? The spectating disciples couldn't help but burst into an uproar when they heard the words of the Alliance elder in charge of recording the points. What a high score! Is this the result of the Colored Glass sect disciple, Shiman Wanwan, in this Alliance hunt? Everyone says that he's the number one among the younger generation of the Colored Glass sect. In the Colored Glass sect, only Shiman Wanwan is worthy of this title. I can't believe that a girl like Shiman Wanwan not only showed off her talent in the Colored Glass sect and was publicly recognized as the number one among the younger generation, but also achieved such an impressive result in this Alliance hunt. From what I know, in the previous Alliance hunt, the best result of a Colored Glass sect disciple was only a little over 5,000 points, right? This result, if placed in the previous Alliance hunt, could be ranked in the top 30. Even if placed in this Alliance hunt, he could probably be ranked in the top 30. As the disciples of the various sects were in awe, He Mingshi also introduced Shiman Wanwan to Zhou Donghuang. Shiman Wanwan is the daughter of the Colored Glass sect leader. She's a genius in the past. I was a whole level lower than her. I can't believe that even though I've switched to practicing techniques, my personal points are still not much higher than hers. As she said this, He Mingshi was clearly a little disappointed. Senior sister, didn't I say? This Alliance hunt is not only about ability but also about luck? She must have better luck than you. Before Zhou Donghuang could speak, De Zhuang had already spoken up to comfort He Mingshi. Ever since he had switched to practicing the Fiery Thunder training regimen, De Zhuang's mind had become much more agile than before. He was no longer slow and was no different from a normal person. Of course, compared to those who had gained a lot of spirit because of their practice, he was still lacking a lot. After about half an hour, the results of the group of Dharma disciples of the Colored Glass sect had been recorded. At this time, the middle-aged man who was in charge of tabulating the results of the Dharma disciples of the various sects spoke again and called for the Dharma disciples of the nearby sects to come forward. Among the Dharma adepts of this sect, the one with the best score was 5,600 points. Although this was not bad, with Shiman Wanwan of the Colored Glass sect in front of him, he seemed to pale in comparison. Thus, not many people paid attention to him. Most people were paying attention to the results at the back. I wonder how many sects will have a Dharma disciple whose result can surpass that of Shimin Wanwan of the colored glass sect. Many people were looking forward to it. After half an hour, the third sect came forward to tabulate the result. There was one person whose score was close to Shimin Wanwan's. He was only 100 points away from surpassing her, but in the end, he did not surpass her. With these points, it should not be too difficult for him to make it into the top 30. It's the Red Leaves sect's turn. The fourth sect came forward, causing a commotion among the disciples of the various sections. All eyes were focused on one of the 30 Dharma disciples of the Red Leaves sect. This was a young man of average build. His hair was messy, and he was dressed in a simple and tattered robe. He looked a little sloppy, but now, he had become the focus of everyone's attention. He is the top disciple of the younger generation of the Red Leaves sect, Bailey Feiyang. He Mingshi introduced him to Zhou Donghuang. If Shimin Wanwan is on par with Mo Etienne of the Tiansong sect, then he is the top disciple of the younger generation of the various sects of the Alliance. He is ranked ahead of Shimin Wanwan and Mo Etienne. Before he broke through to the late Dharma stage, he mastered the Dharma body integration technique. He is the top talent of the Red Leaves sect in hundreds of years. This year, he has just turned 30. He Mingshi's introduction of Bailey Feiyang caused Zhou Donghuang to involuntarily follow her gaze. He was not surprised by Bailey Feiyang's achievements, but by the fact that Bailey Feiyang could achieve so much at such a young age in a galaxy as backward as the Hungliu galaxy. If such a person had been in another galaxy with rich training resources, he would have achieved much more at this age. 8,130 points. When Bailey Feiyang's result was announced, it caused a commotion among the crowd. Even the Dharma disciples of the Lightning Sword sect were so shocked that their eyes widened. My God! More than 8,000 points? The champion of the previous alliance hunt only had 8,000 points, right? Although it was a few hundred points more than this number, the difference was very small. With this number of points, he would have been ranked first in the alliance hunt 2 years ago. Bailey Feiyang is indeed the top talent of the Red Leaves sect. Faced with the uproar of the crowd, Bailey Feiyang's expression was calm as he retreated. He did not care about the crowd's gazes. Little junior brother, Bailey Feiyang's personality is quite like yours. You both like to put on a sour face when you're outside. He Mingshi's words made Zhou Donghuang speechless. When Bailey Feiyang's result from the Red Leaves sect was announced, the entire crowd was shocked. Even the sect leaders of the various sects were shocked. That was because this was a very impressive result. It was considered outstanding even in the previous alliance hunts. At this time, the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, glanced at Zhou Donghuang, and his eyes darkened as he sighed. Obviously, because of Zhou Donghuang's previous statement, he thought that Zhou Donghuang's result was not that good and would definitely not be as good as Bailey Feiyang's. However, if Zhou Donghuang and Bailey Feiyang were to fight fair and square, he felt that Zhou Donghuang would not be any weaker than Bailey Feiyang. After all, even Bailey Feiyang would not be able to defeat Mo Etienne as easily as Zhou Donghuang had. Bailey Feiyang is indeed one of the most outstanding people in the younger generation of our alliance. Looking at his results, it is obvious that he was lucky on the Guiyao planet. As long as the others are not as lucky, he is basically guaranteed to be the champion. A disciple from an unknown sect nearby exclaimed, and his words were clearly heard by a group of Dharma adepts of the Lightning Sword sect. One of the most outstanding people? With our Lightning Sword sect's Zhou Donghuang here, even Bailey Feiyang and the others will not be able to compete with him. Exactly. Our Lightning Sword sect's Zhou Donghuang can easily defeat Mo Etienne. Although Bailey Feiyang's ability is not bad, can he defeat Mo Etienne like Zhou Donghuang? The group of Dharma adepts of the Lightning Sword sect were whispering amongst themselves, obviously dissatisfied with what the person had just said. At this time, the group of Dharma adepts of the Yunhua sect nearby were also eager to see the world in chaos. Although Bailey Feiyang and the others are very outstanding, they are no longer the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Alliance. Among the younger generation of the Alliance, there is already someone who no one can compare to, and that is the disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang. That's right. He gave Mo Etienne 3 blows, and Mo Etienne was not even able to touch the hem of his shirt, and he defeated Mo Etienne in 1 blow. Dare I ask in the Alliance, who can do this as a late Dharma adept? Dare I ask in the Alliance, who can do this before the age of 30? Not to mention before the age of 30, even before the age of 35, there is no one who can do this. Chapter 284. The disciples of the Lightning Sword sect and the Yunhua sect spoke one after another, and they spoke passionately and passionately. Those who did not know better might have thought that Zhou Donghuang had hired them to flatter him. However, it had to be said that their intentionally raised voices were very useful. At least, in a short while, the people of the various sects present all understood what they had said. Zhou Donghuang. Everyone present had an impression of the Lightning Sword sect disciple Zhou Donghuang. This was especially so for the Thunder Knife sect leader, as well as the Dharma disciples of the Thunder Knife sect who had followed the Thunder Knife sect leader to the Lightning Sword sect in the past. However, their understanding of Zhou Donghuang was limited to the past. They knew nothing about the current Zhou Donghuang. Of course, they subconsciously felt that even if Zhou Donghuang had improved in just 2 short years, it would not have been by much. He gave Mo Etienne 3 moves, and Mo Etienne did not touch him at all? After 3 moves, he defeated Mo Etienne with 1 move? The group of people from the Thunder Knife sect had heard the conversation between the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect and the Yunhua sect. Han Yuzheng, who had originally thought that he would be able to compete with Zhou Donghuang and had even wanted to compete with Zhou Donghuang in terms of points in this alliance hunt, was now completely dumbfounded. Han Yuzheng was the one who had been brought to the Lightning Sword sect by the Thunder Knife sect leader to suppress the group of mid-Dharma disciples of the Lightning Sword sect. The Thunder Knife sect was known as the once-in-a-century genius of the Tailao planet. In the past, the Thunder Knife sect leader had wanted to use Han Yuzheng as a trump card to suppress the Lightning Sword sect. They would never have dreamed that the Lightning Sword sect would have a mid-Dharma disciple who was about the same age as Han Yuzheng, but far more powerful than him. That time, the group of people from the Thunder Knife sect had come aggressively and left pathetically. 2 years had passed, and Han Yuzheng had entered the late Dharma stage. He had also further refined his Dharma power and mastered the Dharma body integration technique. He was confident that even if he met Zhou Donghuang again, he would not lose. He did not expect that the Lightning Sword sect and the Yunhua sect disciples would reveal such a shocking piece of news. At first, many did not believe it. However, with the Jihan sect leader and the Jihan sect disciples testifying as witnesses, and the Tiansong sect disciples present not having any objections, the group of people, including Han Yuzheng, had no choice but to believe it. Initially, I thought that I would be able to wash away my previous humiliation, but now it seems like it was just a delusion. Han Yuzheng's expression was bitter, and his eyes became a little dazed. For the past 2 years, he had worked hard to cultivate and temper his Dharma power. He did not dare to slack off. What was it for? Wasn't it because he wanted to redeem himself the next time he met Zhou Donghuang? However, he did not expect that such a piece of news would come out before he could even find Zhou Donghuang to avenge himself. Mo Etienne was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Tiansong sect, a late Dharma adept who had mastered Dharma body possession. Even the current Zhou Donghuang felt that he would at most be able to fight Mo Etienne to a draw. After all, Mo Etienne had reached the late Dharma stage earlier than him, and he had also mastered the Dharma-body integration technique earlier than him. However, it was such a person who was being tortured by Zhou Dongwang. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Dongwang had once again become the center of attention. Some people could not see Zhou Dongwang at first, but they even rose into the air and stared at him from afar, as if they wanted to see what this genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, who had become famous in the Honglyo galaxy in the past 2 years, looked like. Of course, Zhou Dongwang's actions in the past did not shock them as much as they did today. If all this is true, Zhou Dongwang will most likely be the #1 person among the younger generation of the various sects of the Alliance. If it's true, not only is there no one in the various sects of the Alliance who can match up to him, even looking at the current generation of the 2 transcendental forces, I'm afraid there are only 2 people who can compare to him, or even none. Now, among the younger generation of the various sects of the Alliance, Mo Etienne of the Tiansong sect and Shimen Wanwan of the Colored Glass sect can only be considered as the second tier of geniuses. The first tier includes Bailey Feiyang of the Red Leaves sect and a few others. However, even Bailey Feiyang and the others would not dare to say that they would give Mo Etienne 3 moves, let alone defeat Mo Etienne in 1 move. The Alliance of the Honglyo Galaxy is about to produce a dragon. Hearing the excited chatter of the crowd, Luo Qinhan, who was among the group of people from the Jihan sect, could not help but feel a flash of sadness in her eyes. He was like a luminous pearl, shining brightly. As for her, she was like a broken stone in a dark corner, ignored by everyone. The difference between her and him was too great, as if they were people from 2 different worlds. One day, I will catch up to you. Suddenly, she thought of the 1,000-star sword technique that the young man named Zhuge Haotian had left for her, and the sadness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of confidence. The Lightning Sword sect, that young fellow named Zhou Dongwang. Now, even the middle divine transformation old man, who had the highest status in the crowd, who was also one of the deputy alliance leaders of the Honglyo Galaxy Alliance, had his originally dim eyes lit up as he looked at Zhou Dongwang from afar. Evidently, Zhou Dongwang had also piqued his interest. Then, the old man looked at the middle-aged man who was in charge of recording and tabulating the results of the Alliance hunt and said a few words to him, and the latter, after hearing the old man's words, his eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, please come forward and tabulate the result. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke, his voice filled with inner yuan. It spread out like waves, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the ears of everyone present. After a short moment of silence, the crowd regained their senses and their eyes lit up. Even the talented disciple of the Red Leaves sect, Bailey Feiyang, who had just finished tabulating the results, had a flash of light in his eyes, and he could not help but look curious. He was also curious. As of now, the number of points accumulated in this alliance hunt was publicly acknowledged to be the number of people who could surpass him, and the number of points they had accumulated. However, while the people of the various sects and even the Dharma disciples of the Lightning Sword sect were excited, the Lightning Sword sect leader could not bring himself to be happy at all, and his lips curled into a bitter smile. He only thought that Zhou Dongwang was unlucky and did not kill many beasts on the Guiyao planet. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and lead the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect forward. The people of the various sects in front of them all consciously made way for them. No one stood in their way, and everyone's eyes shone with curiosity and anticipation. Obviously, they all wanted to know. Zhou Dongwang, the #1 of the younger generation of the Alliance hunt, had performed well in this time's Alliance hunt. Not long after the group of disciples of the Autumn Leaves sect had retreated, a handsome young man dressed in a brocade robe and holding a folding fan came to Bailey Feiyang's side. Bailey Feiyang, this should have been the time for you to shine, but who would have thought that Zhou Dongwang of the Lightning Sword sect would steal the limelight? Say, how many points do you think he has? The handsome young man asked with a smile. Just watch and see. Bailey Feiyang said casually. You're quite calm. The handsome young man shook his head and smiled. However, my points might be slightly higher than yours. If he has more points than you won't even be able to dream of getting second place in this alliance hunt. Only then did Bailey Feiyang's expression change, and he looked at the handsome young man in surprise. Hu Jingshan, it seems like your luck is better than mine. He had thought that his luck was not bad, but he had not expected that the other party's luck would not be any worse than his. Hu Jingshan, a disciple of the Taichung sect, was also the number one of the younger generation of the Taichung sect. In the alliance, he was on par with Bailey Feiyang in terms of age and ability. Zhou Donghuang, as the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, led the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect forward. A young man in the group of people who had cleared the way stared fiercely at Zhou Donghuang, who was in the crowd of the Lightning Sword sect. Sensing this unusual stare, Zhou Donghuang subconsciously looked at the owner of the stare. It's him. He still had some impression of this person. Previously on the Guiyao planet, he had met this person before. He had been helpless against a pair of ultimate Dharma beasts, and in the end, he had killed the two beasts and taken their heads. Before leaving, this person had wanted a share of the spoils, but he had ignored him. He had not contributed, and yet he wanted a share of the spoils? He was thinking too much. D***eminent. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang had only glanced at him casually before looking away, the disciple of the Yuanyin order, Zhong Qingsai's expression became increasingly ugly. He felt humiliated. This Zhou Donghuang had actually ignored him. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people of the Lightning Sword sect had also arrived at the front. And just as they arrived at the front, a few sect leaders standing in the front row took the initiative to greet Yu Yuqing, the Lightning Sword sect leader. Sect leader Yu, your Lightning Sword sect is really lucky to have a disciple like Zhou Donghuang. This time, the first place of the alliance hunt will most likely be his. Sect leader Yu, congratulations in advance. Sect leader Yu, your Lightning Sword sect has come prepared this time. Faced with the warm greetings of the sect leaders, Yu Yuqing's smile was uglier than a cry. Everyone, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Our Lightning Sword sect's Zhou Donghuang has not been very lucky this time on the Guiyao planet. As soon as Yu Yuqing said this, the sect leaders were first stunned, and then their eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but they still sighed. If that's the case, then he's really not very lucky. Sect leader Yu, even if Zhou Donghuang does not rank highly in this time's alliance hunt, it does not mean anything. The alliance hunt is not only about ability, but also about luck. Sect leader Yu, the ranking of the alliance hunt cannot overshadow Zhou Donghuang's brilliance. Although the few of them were comforting him, they were actually overjoyed. So what if the Lightning Sword sect had such an outstanding disciple? If he was unlucky, he would still not be able to shine in the alliance hunt. Chapter 285. Zhou Donghuang is unlucky? Furthermore, these words had been personally said by the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, to the other sect leaders? Through word of mouth, almost everyone present knew about this. Looks like it will be difficult for Zhou Donghuang to rank high in the alliance hunt this time. I thought that his points would be higher than Bailey Feiyang's and shock the world. Looks like I was too hopeful. What a pity, he has such amazing abilities, but because of his bad luck, he will not be able to shine in this alliance hunt. Looks like Bailey Feiyang still has a chance of winning first place in this alliance hunt. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Even Hu Jingshan, who was standing beside Bailey Feiyang, was shocked. He smiled and said to Bailey Feiyang, "Looks like you still have a chance of winning second place." However, Bailey Feiyang could not be bothered with him. Luo Qinghan, looks like your man has accumulated very few points this time, perhaps not even as many as I have. Meng Yuping's direct disciple, Zhong Feng, had unknowingly appeared beside Luo Qinghan. She teased her, but her lips were curled up in a gloating smile. When Mo Etienne, the genius disciple of the Tiansong sect, had said that he had fallen in love with Luo Qinghan at first sight, Zhong Feng, who had admired Mo Etienne for a long time, had been jealous. Now that Mo Etienne had died indirectly because of Luo Qinghan, she hated Luo Qinghan from the bottom of her heart. She felt that if Mo Etienne had not died, there was still a possibility that he could have been with her and married her, but now that Mo Etienne was dead, all her dreams had come to nothing. Under such circumstances, thinking that Luo Qinghan was Zhou Donghuang's woman, her heart twisted with jealousy. At this time, she finally had a chance. Naturally, she could not help but run to Luo Qinghan's side to add insult to injury. However, Luo Qinghan ignored Zhong Feng and ignored her completely, no matter how much Zhong Feng glared at her with hatred. Bad luck? Now, even the person in charge of the alliance, the deputy alliance leader, the mid-divine transformation old man, could not help but look disappointed after hearing the words of the Lightning Sword sect leader Yu Yuqing. As for the middle-aged man who had originally wanted to be the first to calculate Zhou Donghuang's points, he did not speak anymore. He allowed his subordinates to help the group of Dharma adepts of the Lightning Sword sect to calculate their points. Zhou Donghuang, He Mingxi and De Zhuang stood together at the back. As the results of the Dharma disciples of the Lightning Sword sect came out one by one, the attention of the people from the various sects was no longer focused on the Lightning Sword sect. Most of them were not even interested in Zhou Donghuang's results. Since he was unlucky, he must not have accumulated many points. Not to mention Bailey Hong Fei of the Red Leaf sect. He might not even be as good as Shimen Wanwan of the Colored Glass sect. Seeing that the group of disciples from the Lightning Sword sect had stepped forward, the number of people who were paying attention to him decreased, and the sect leaders of the nearby sects were still trying to comfort him, even though Yu Yuqing tried his best to force a smile on his face in response. His heart was filled with bitterness. Along the way, they were in the limelight, the attention of tens of thousands. But now, he seemed to have become the most pitiful person present. So what if Zhou Donghuang does not achieve much in this alliance hunt? His ability and his talent are unparalleled among the younger generation of the alliance, and even among the younger generation of the alliance in the past 1,000 years. As he thought of this, Yu Yuqing felt a little more comforted. Little junior brother, let me go first. Finally, it was Zhou Donghuang, De Zhuang, and He Mingxi's turn. He Mingxi stepped forward first, and at the same time, she looked back at the people behind her, a faint smile playing on her lip. Today, the Lightning Sword sect was destined to be the center of attention. Even if her little junior brother was unlucky and did not accumulate many points. He Mingxi stepped forward first, and Zhou Donghuang did not fight with her, smiling as he allowed her to go first. At the same time, the Lightning Sword sect disciples who had finished recording their points and turned to look at Zhou Donghuang subconsciously. When they looked away, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They had originally thought that Zhou Donghuang would be able to make the Lightning Sword sect shine in this alliance hunt, but they did not expect that Zhou Donghuang was unlucky and did not accumulate any points. Even though Zhou Donghuang had not expressed his opinion from the start. However, from their point of view, since even the Lightning Sword sect leader had said so, and Zhou Donghuang had not refuted it, it seemed that this was the truth. If they were in Zhou Donghuang's shoes, if they were unlucky and did not have good results, they would not have agreed with the Lightning Sword sect leader's words. Zhou Donghuang, so what if you snatched my 2 ultimate Dharma beasts? In the end, you still did not accumulate many points, did you? The Yuanin Order disciple, Zhong Qingkai, looked at Zhou Donghuang's back with a mocking smile, his eyes filled with violence. Don't let me find a chance, or else, I will make sure you die a horrible death. I am indeed not your match, but I have many people around me who can kill you with one slap. The previous incident, as well as Zhou Donghuang's repeated disregard of Zhong Qingkai, had completely angered the vengeful Zhong Qingkai, causing him to want to kill Zhou Donghuang. At this point, most of the people present were no longer paying attention to the people from the Lightning Sword sect. From their point of view, if Zhou Donghuang did not have any good results, then it was even more impossible for the others to have good result. Even the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, did not say anything when he saw that He Mingxi had gone ahead to count the points. From his point of view, although He Mingxi's ability was much stronger than before, it would still be difficult for her to achieve good results in the alliance hunt. Perhaps the points that she had accumulated were not even half of what the colored glass sect disciple, Shimen Wanwan, had. Even if she was lucky, she would not be able to catch up to Shimen Wanwan. Hence, as He Mingxi took out the beasts' heads from her space ring, and as the people in front of her were counting them, Yu Yuqing sighed as he shifted his gaze to the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, who was standing beside him. Valley head He, how many points do you think your daughter will be able to accumulate this time? I'm not sure. He Jin shook his head. I asked her just now, but she only gave me a mysterious smile and kept me in suspense. Still keeping you in suspense. Yu Yuqing was taken aback, and he could not help but laugh. It looks like this girl's gains in this alliance hunt have exceeded her expectations. I just don't know if she has accumulated more than 4,000 points. 4,000 points was already considered a good result. It was enough to rank in the top few hundred. We'll find out in a while. He Jin waited patiently. Not long after, an exclamation sounded from in front of He Mingxi, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. It was the voice of the person who was counting the number of beasts' heads that He Mingxi had taken out and was helping her to tally her point. 7,000 points. As soon as he said this, there was a commotion in the surroundings. What? 7,000 points? This result has already surpassed Shimen Wanwan's. Who is it? The appearance of 7,000 points caused everyone who had heard the exclamation to shift their gazes towards the group of Dharma adepts of the Lightning Sword sect. Finally, their gazes landed on the person who had made the exclamation, and then on the figure of a woman standing in front of him. It's not Zhou Donghuang. Who is this? 7,000 points? Since when did the Lightning Sword sect have such an outstanding female disciple? The Lightning Sword sect is really full of hidden talents. First there was Zhou Donghuang, and now there's this female disciple. Everyone's gazes gathered and landed on He Mingxi's silhouette. As the daughter of the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, there was no one in the Lightning Sword sect who did not know her. However, in the alliance there were very few people who knew her. Furthermore, He Mingxi's back was facing the crowd now. Even those who knew her would not be able to recognize her unless they were very familiar with her. 7,000 points? The Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, was dumbfounded. He had just been eagerly waiting for He Mingxi's father, the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect's inner sect, He Jin. He had hoped that He Mingxi would have 4,000 points. But now, He Mingxi's points had directly exceeded 7,000. 7,000 points. What kind of concept was that? In the previous alliance hunt, she would have been able to squeeze into the top 20. Even if she had a good result this time, she would definitely be in the top 30. The most important thing was, the demonic beast heads in He Mingxi's spatial ring didn't seem to have been completely taken out. She was still continuously taking out demonic beast heads from her spatial ring, and the person who had exclaimed was also continuing to count. 7,500, 8,000. When He Mingxi's points exceeded the 8,000 mark, the people behind her could not help but approach her. Who is it? Is it really not Zhou Donghuang? That silhouette looks somewhat familiar. But it can't be her, right? When did such a person appear in the Lightning Sword sect? Yu Yuqing was so shocked that his mouth was slightly agape, as if he could not close it. Although He Jin had been mentally prepared and felt that his daughter would give him a surprise, he did not expect it to be such a big surprise. When he heard that his daughter's points had exceeded 8,000, his eyes could not help but reveal a look of excitement. This was He Jin's daughter. With a daughter like this, what more could a father ask for? 8,138 points. She has surpassed Bailey Feiyang's points. When He Mingxi's points exceeded the 8,000 mark, many people's hearts were in their mouths as they wondered if she could surpass Bailey Feiyang, who currently had the highest score. Now, He Mingxi's points had really surpassed Bailey Feiyang's. The genius disciple of the Red Leaves sect, Bailey Feiyang, was one of the most outstanding youths in the alliance, but he had been surpassed by an unknown female disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. Although the alliance hunt was not only about ability, it was also about luck. The other party's high points did not mean that she was stronger than Bailey Feiyang. It could only mean that she was lucky. However, no matter how lucky she was, without sufficient ability, she would not have been able to obtain so many points. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.